Okay, thank you. We'll now reconvene and move on to item 11, providing federally funded program recipients notice. This is my item, so I'll just begin. Can I go ahead and begin?
Sure.
Okay, great. I'll begin with some introductory comments, then we will go to public comment, and then we will have a conversation with our board. 1.2 million San Diegans receive support from at least one federally funded program. 900,000 are enrolled in Medi-Cal, 400,000 rely on food assistance, and 50,000 San Diegans depend on federally funded job training and financial assistance. 10,000 households rely on federal housing vouchers. These programs are funded by San Diego taxpayers who send our money to Washington and expect that it comes back to be reinvested in our community. If services may be cut, if the services that people rely on may be cut, it's very important that San Diegans who receive those services be informed. When utilities are shut off, residents receive multiple warnings. When businesses close, customers are notified in advance. Governments should follow the same standard. We have an obligation to notify those who depend on federal programs that may or will be cut, to notify them before support disappears. These cuts target communities already facing systemic barriers to economic stability, healthcare, and housing. Local businesses and our broader economy will also suffer as consumer spending drops and financial instability rises. So this item directs the CAO to develop a notification of funding at risk, to share that notice with all program beneficiaries. The direction would be to report back in 30 days with a plan of how to implement this program if and when we know what the shape of federal funding cuts will look like. The notice should provide clear, concise information and include federal contact details for people to register their concerns and have their voices heard. The notification strategy should include distribution through email, flyers, social media, and potentially direct mail. I do know we do a significant amount of outreach to program beneficiaries, so hopefully we could just piggyback on our existing communication channels to ensure that people are made aware that federal funds that they rely on every single day to eat, to keep a roof over their heads, and to see a doctor may be in imminent danger of disappearing. So I would like to make a motion for this item. Would appreciate the support of my colleagues. Also open to conversation, amendments if people have different or better ways to move this agenda forward. And with that, we will turn to the public for comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 9 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 2 e-comments, 1 in opposition and 1 neutral. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 11 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individual in favor, followed by those in opposition. As their name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the speaker in favor, Aaron Suramoto-Grassi, followed by the speakers in opposition, allegedly Audra, Mark, and Consuelo. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisors. Aaron Suramoto-Grassi, Associate Director at Alliance San Diego, in support of item 11. The proposed House reconciliation package that we're seeking at the federal level will slash funding for critical safety net programs that San Diegans need to survive and thrive. As you already heard, this includes Medicaid and would result in nearly 1 million people in San Diego County, half of whom are children, young adults, and seniors losing coverage, as well as millions of dollars in other key funding that the county needs. Individuals have a right to know that their benefits are at risk, and the county has an obligation to stand up and oppose costs that will oppose cuts that will be harmful to San Diegans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, If Tara would stop spending our tax dollars on programs like ESG that are stealing Americans' private property and illegal immigration, which costs California taxpayers nearly $31 billion a year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform, we would have enough money to fund our core functions like food assistance programs, mental health care, and preventative medical treatment, and 3D printing 10,600 rooms, thereby solving the homeless problem in SD for $1 million less than negligent Todd Gloria's $26.8 million spent on the Pride Promenade, which serves little purpose except for a children's play area, seating, shade structures, a restored trolley car, and 13 parking spaces, 10,600 rooms with no subsidized rent by taxpayers, as I've outlined countless times. Tara Lawson-Remer and other supervisors have aided illegal immigrants neglecting their duty as supervisors to prioritize budgeting our county's core functions, such as trash collection, sheltering homeless citizens, and infrastructure. This has resulted in innumerable thefts, rapes, murders, sex trafficking of children, police officers being shot, and a known MS-13 gang member in the U.S. illegally was allowed to enroll at a Maryland public high school when he was the main suspect in the rape and murder of an autistic woman. This is Tara's attempt to divert blame away from this board and Governor Newsom's negligence. Tara's idea to send out misleading propaganda is a further waste of our taxes as she destroys San Diego. I am not right or left, and everyone needs to see the video title on YouTube. I held it up earlier. It was the Rosa Corey one. Rosa Corey's specialty was eminent domain valuation. She was a litigation support person and expert witness in land use and property valuation.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. What a great flyer. That's cool. How much did that cost? Who knows, right? We'll have to talk to Doge about that. There is something missing. You're not informing the people that it is your decisions that are the reason for this happening. I mean, could you imagine if you guys were actually doing things that were beneficial to the people? And actually helping things out instead of, aiding and abetting illegal immigrants for years and wondering why, the federal government is coming down the pipe hard, right? Do you guys remember when I was like, you get a jail cell, you get a jail cell, you get a jail cell? You wonder why this is happening. You wonder why. And it's like, you're not going to be transparent with the people and be like, it's our fault. It's our choices that have led to this. No, you want to blame something else, because then you don't have to be responsible and own up to the actions that you guys have taken over many years, pushing things like, having children mutilate their bodies, things like that, right? But that's okay, right? I mean, as long as somebody's getting paid. Oh, imagine a world where you guys actually did stuff that was for the people. Stuff like this wouldn't happen, huh, Ebony? I bet it really gets you in the, because it's like, you love money. You're the one that gets to spend it all. And now you're like, what am I going to do? Whose money am I going to spend and waste and throw into other people's pockets? Who? Be interesting if you guys really, didn't cause stuff like this to happen, but good for you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, Consuelo here. So it would also help the people if we didn't have money being thrown on these types of propaganda, advertisements. I mean, I know that some of it is donated by private donors, but the fact is that it's money. It's money, and it could be going to things like helping people in need, deserving of it, and not this mudslinging propaganda crap that's going to be coming in from seat one. And my last call, I was actually referring to Paloma. You have yet to endorse her, but we know you back her. Let's see. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much all I have for this. 1 minute remaining. And let's see. What else can I say about this item? Anything from the audience? Anything? Yeah, well, everything they do sucks. Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Excuse me. Hi, Paul Bowles. It's very important to provide timely notices of whatever. Develop a strategy, as you say in the agenda. It should have been done by now. The only firm date I see here is that the recommendation is to report back with notification strategy options within 30 days. But the way the federal government works, the funding government now, is to make cuts first and adjust later, like all the people they fired without notice. So I have to ask them to come back. But by 30 days, the recipients of this welfare stuff may have been cut off already. To better make this effective, I suggest that the funding at-risk notices go to recipients whose email addresses you know ASAP, and by regular mail to the others if you're serious. On the other hand, I am thinking that the funding cuts may have made it clear already through the media, most people. Another good thing would be to amp down the fear factor by suggesting alternatives in your email or letter instead of just saying what the fearful facts are. And you should stop drawing their attention by implementing wasteful or illegal programs, which, I mean, you know, the feds are likely to look at and say, here's a great place to cut. You know, this is wasteful. Why should we have U.S. citizens take?
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Justin Castro, the gambler. How are you guys doing this fine and lovely day? What happened to all those people, the advocacy groups calling in, making 750 calls so that all of us, our time is shortened? I haven't really been hearing them talk right now for some strange reason. I wonder why that is. Because did they go ahead and commit registration voter fraud? And if a probe ends up taking place in here, we will find out the reason why you guys choose to listen to the advocacy groups and not listen to the people is not because they have good ideas. It's because they steal votes in order to get you elected. And you want to go ahead and protect them to continue this fashion, including you, Jim. We all know that. I talked to you. You were the only one that I talked to. We went over this, and you said, I am not going to go ahead and strip the people of the vote by mail. I'm not going to go ahead and do it. Find the fraud yourself. That's what you told me. So, in order for me to find the fraud, that path is going to get you thrown in jail for 5 years. It's going to have you charged with a $250,000 fine. Congratulations for pissing me off by kicking me out of the RNC convention, because I definitely know that people in the RNC convention are committing voter fraud in this fashion. Why? Because it's not checked, and 51% of elected officials play loyalty to the ACLU, including the 2 board members that were way too late to come back to the to this meeting. So how much more evidence can you provide to me showing that you guys are committing voter fraud? And every single path that Claudia has trying to stop me, I've already wiped out. I've already had a conversation with the AI, thanks to Elon. He allows me to go.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, there's truth. This item sounds like more political theater from Tara.
A lot of times politics is a lot of theater, right? And people put a name on a bill, and then it gets a lot of attention. We just sit here and have theater all day. Sit up here, we do theater like all day long.
That's all it is. Fear-mongering everyone with little county notices that their programs could be cut. Not actually cut, just could be. The news and/or Tara allege that 1/3 of the county is on some kind of federal socialist welfare program. Is that true? Can we see some evidence? If so, how many are the so-called newcomers? Because illegal immigration is now a caste system, an apartheid system, a slave system, Monica, where there's only papers for some, housing for some, and lawyers for some, but everybody who was actually born here, the county says, forget you. So send out some more special papers for those who may finally get their special funding cut. Nobody's special, and especially county residents who've been witnessing these negligent dereliction of duty supervisors blow through our tax dollars at record speed. And here's another perfect example. How much money will be wasted to send these county flyers out to essentially buy votes for the Democratic or anti-Trump parties and make Tara the Terror look like she's some kind of legitimate terror dictator? No different than Trump. And for the record, I never used hurt language towards Tara. People simply heard what they wanted to hear. I actually detest toilet humor and have been a consistent critic of that kind of childishness at these meetings. Doesn't matter if I agree or disagree. I do not resort to those pathetic tactics. And lastly, in the spirit of Jim Ellis regarding this item, this board was almost 40 minutes late coming back from the lunch break. That's not only 400 push-ups owed, but a deduction from your salaries and benefits. You cost our time, our money with your tardiness. Tardiness, that's T-A-R-D-Y. Shame on these irresponsible supervisors who have wasted our tax dollars on nonsense programs.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so much. I want to say this. When reviewing this item, I'm sort of looking at it from a different perspective. And that is a perspective of someone that has had to sign up and be provided these services before. And the state of mind that I was in when I needed assistance from this county based on the role of the county to administer the state and federally funded programs for people who are sick, are low-income, most vulnerable community members. And there's a lot going on right now in the news. There's a lot of uncertainty, but adding to that uncertainty for our more vulnerable community members with this type of noticing that right now is not going to be as factual as it could be and provide as much certainty as maybe a notice like this could down the line. I do have concerns about that aspect of it, only because I tried to put myself in the place that I was in, 20 or so years ago. And so I understand and agree with the intent that people do need to be informed that this is a possibility, but I would like to, and I know also the recommendation is that the CAO come back with some type of strategy, understanding that, because we don't want to keep people in the dark, and we don't want to operate in the dark ourselves, right, as a county. There's just some hard decisions we're going to have to make. Issue is we don't know what those decisions will be, because we don't know what will come of everything going on at the federal government right now, and what will ultimately happen at the state level. So I would say if I could add an amendment to this around the timing of it, I think that we need to know more about what our budget will look like in the next fiscal year. And also, I am working on providing some sort of system that provides some safety nets for people, giving them an off-ramp depending on what types of services they lose. And I would like to have more clarity around that work before we notice people. So basically, I'd like to have more clarity around what it is folks may actually be losing, more specifically and individualized, and then also provide some sort of list of resources for them, either those that are available now or those that may be available in the future, depending on how we plan as a county to help people who are losing these their eligibility to these programs. So I would like to amend what we have on the floor right now to include that kind of thought process in the CAO strategy.
Thank you. I'll respond to that. Happy to take an amendment. So just to sort of restate, I think it's a great idea. I think it's very thoughtful, which is number one, that any kind of notification strategy also includes resources of where people can go to get help if they are going to lose the entitlement programs that they need. And that this is not in a vacuum. And number two, that any kind of notification strategy would wait to be deployed until we have specific information about specific cuts that we have sort of reasonably good reasons to believe are fairly likely to move forward. Does that encapsulate? I think that's very wise. I'm happy to take both amendments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll second the motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Vice Chair. I appreciate it. Right now, the House is voting on a continuing resolution that may get voted on, and if it does pass, then any cuts may not even go into effect until September. So we don't really know. I think we're too much in flux. But however, our nation's in $36 trillion in debt. I have trouble imagining a billion, but $1 trillion is this 36 trillion. There's going to have to be cuts somewhere. Someday, or the day of reckoning is going to happen. And so I also, I asked about the fiscal impact of staff, of how much potentially this could cost, and it was north of $1 million for putting out these type of notices with, I don't know if there's mailings or mail, email, flyers, posters, those types of things. So I think we're in too much flux right now, and it's not really determined what, if any, is going to be cut. So I'm not going to be supporting the item. Thank you.
A couple questions. So thank you, Supervisor Desmond. You mentioned $1 million. That's not what I got. I asked how much it would cost to send an email, and I was told we have everyone's emails. Is that untrue? Was I told the wrong information? Do we or do we not have everyone's emails on file that we could send?
Can I ask Kim Giardina to come up to address the question through the chair, please? Thank you.
I just want to be clear, but my understanding is that we have contact information for everyone, that we can communicate either by phone or electronically, that there's no need to make a plan that would cost $1 million. That might be an option that you might come up with, but certainly not one I would direct.
Depend on the strategy that we came back with. We do have emails for some of the clients that we serve, phone numbers. So if the strategy was outreach that way, there wouldn't be a cost of mailing. For clients that we don't necessarily have emails for, we would need to look at the cost of mailing. So that would include the envelopes and stamps and those.
Why would you have to send envelopes and stamps? It's about 39 cents to do a piece of mail.
Yeah, so that would be the cost of the mailing.
That's not the cost of envelopes and stamps. That would be about 68 cents if you did envelopes and stamps. So where did you get envelopes and stamps?
That was the cost estimate that staff included.
Okay, well, I would certainly not think we do anything about envelopes and stamps. So that seems like a pretty ridiculous cost estimate. But just to clarify, I think I want to make sure that I am not interested in a proposal that would cost $1 million. So I think that is not part of what's countenanced here. My second question is kind of on the, sorry, Kim, you're free to go. Taking into account Supervisor Montgomery Stepp's amendment, that we would wait to move forward until we have certainty around, or potentially clarity, if not complete certainty, around what kind of funding cuts would occur. And if we had that in September, Supervisor Desmond, would you still be against letting people know that their funding is being cut?
It's just in our discussions earlier, you know, there's federal government has a lane and we have a lane. And I don't know that this is the county's lane to let federal recipients know.
Okay, so Supervisor Desmond doesn't want us to let federal people know that the federal government's benefited.
I don't want
but
your commentary.
Supervisor Montgomery Steppe, go ahead.
No, I don't want your commentary after my statements. I have a right to my
Supervisor Montgomery
statements,
Steppe, please go ahead.
I don't want you to be commentating on it.
Couple quick things. Want to make sure that we are getting the same information from county staff with regard to impacts. I think that would be very important. So just moving forward, I would just request that. Another thing is this is, you know, we are inquiring about a strategy, which I'm sure within that strategy or options would costs will be associated with those, and then we could go from there and choose yay or nay. Number 3, I did add to the amendment just around the timing because I had the same concerns about alarming folks when we will have clarity around this issue. We may not like the clarity we get, but we will have clarity around the issue, and as soon as we know, we could have that strategy in place to inform people. Fourth and the last thing that I will say is that this is what realignment funds are all about. This is what our role is. If we just cut down the core services, our role is to administer those programs that are state and federally funded. So we go through eligibility processes with people who are looking to be recipients of these programs. We have to dole out the checks or the EBT cards or the Medi-Cal cards. We have a system that has providers, right? So we do all of those things. I think, Supervisor, I do enjoy sitting next to you. And during the last discussion, it is very clear that the county does not set immigration policy, because I think you were referencing that. But what the county does do is administer these types of programs that will impact our most vulnerable people that most Americans do not want to see leave, right? And so I just want to make sure that we're clarifying all of those pieces, and we're all entitled to, you know, vote how we want. But I want to make sure that the facts are, you know, are parsed out here, but understanding where everyone's at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond, any thoughts? Supervisor Anderson, any thoughts?
This is a departure from what we've done in the past. We have IHSS workers. We distribute that money, and it's funded through the state. I didn't hear anything about letting them know that the state's not funding them. I don't think it's our lane. I won't be supporting it today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will have a vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion fails due to a tie vote. Pursuant to the board's rules of procedure, the board may continue the item for consideration at a future meeting. If the board takes no further action to continue the item to a specific date, then the item will be placed on the agenda for the next regular meeting on April 8th, 2025.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond asked a question about bringing it back. I think he's directing it to me because it was my item. Andrew, could you just explain again for myself as well as our whole board what that process looks like?
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Yes, the board has two options when there is a tie vote. One is to take another action to continue the item to a date specific. If no action is taken, then it will automatically be placed on the next agenda.
We'll just see what happens on the 8th. Thank you. Supervisor Anderson had an item.
I believe that's why you abstained on the last vote, so that Desmond's item couldn't come back, which was very clever.
I think we need to take a 5-minute break.
Okay. We can take a 5-minute break.
Take an hour. This is a lot. This is a lot going on.
Okay. I have a request from Supervisor Montgomery Steppe to take a 5-minute break.
Let's work this out.
we will reconvene and move on to item 12, exploration of predatory real estate lending practices. We have a presentation, yeah?
Very brief presentation.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the board. Today I'm joined by Senior Deputy County Counsel Monica Hall. Following the January 2024 storms that caused major devastation, the board directed staff to explore options to extend protections to those affected by disasters. Today I'll provide an overview of the ordinance that's being introduced. On April 30, 2024, the board provided direction to explore options to extend protections of Penal Code 396 that addresses real estate and other exploitive consumer practices after the declaration of an emergency. Penal Code 396 currently prohibits excessive and unjustified increases in the prices of essential consumer goods and services under a declared state of emergency or a local emergency. The ordinance being introduced today closes some gaps in Penal Code 396, including hoarding, short-term vacation rentals, and care facilities, as well as expanding eviction protection to temporarily prohibit residential evictions without just cause. In summary, the action being recommended today is seeking the board's approval of the introduction of the ordinance related to predatory practices after the declaration of an emergency. Happy to take any questions.
Before we move to public comment, do any of my fellow board members have any questions or comments? Okay. Okay, we'll go first to public comment, and then we'll have a board discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 23 requests to speak on this item, 14 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 2 e-comments in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 12 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. I'd also like to note that we have 2 individuals that registered their support but do not wish to address the board. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. Because we have 15 or more speakers on this item, speakers will have 1 minute to address the board. And I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. We'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to first invite forward Mark, Aaron Suramoto Grassi, and Jesse Schmitty. I've called your name, please come forward.
Mark, so yeah, this is equitable. It'll screw both black, white, Mexican, and Asian landlords. The city insulates itself. You guys get tons of money. You make sure your building's updated constantly. The result of this, and 1 minute, by the way, is criminal. If people see this, from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 24 minutes, your 5th grader will understand how inflation is scamming everyone out of everything. But not the city and the board. They insulate themselves. You can also see this, the much longer version I saw. Wealth Inequality in America. See that title. These are all YouTube titles. This is a graph of what people think the wealth distribution is. They think it's here in the middle, the light green line. They want it to be here. This is Republicans and Democrats, 9 out of 10. But here's where it really is. If you don't fix the wealth distribution and the inflation, and you do this, landlords are white, black, everyone's going to lose their property, not pay their property tax, and you'll take it, won't you?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Is that a minute?
Good afternoon again, Supervisors. Aaron Suramoto Grassi, Associate Director at Alliance San Diego. We are here in support of the item. We're glad to see this coming forward. As you know, because you were here with us as we were dealing with the floods from last January, our communities were devastated last year. And in the aftermath, after lost everything that folks had, there were a lot of bad actors that were going into the community to try to take advantage of people. So we see this proposal, this ordinance, as common sense, a way to protect our community members, and we think it's really smart for this to be brought forward now before the next emergency hits. That way we have measures in place already to take care of folks. Thank you.
Thank you. As next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Jose Lopez, Patricia Mondragon, and Flower Alvarez Lopez. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon again, Vice Chair and members of the board. Jesse Schmitty, State Policy Manager with Alliance San Diego, standing before you today, supportive of item 12. As a resident of Southeast San Diego, or former resident of Southeast San Diego, I understand the pain that my family and friends experienced in the aftermath of the floods, many of which were not able to get additional resources after. So a lot of those initial offers that come in from predatory real estate agents up and down the state were highly offensive. So we feel like this is a common sense ordinance, and we're here to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. For the record, my name is Flower Alvarez Lopez. I am the co-director of Universidad Popular based in North County, San Diego. We reside in D5. I'm here to register our strong support about item 12. We have a long history in District 5 about devastating emergencies. We had the 2007 Firestone fires. We had the 2014 Cocoa fires, and we all faced COVID together. Protecting people during emergencies is common sense. I want to thank you all for putting this forth, and I hope you all support it.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Esther Meneses, Anna Ramos, and Isadora Lopez. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Patricia Mondragon, Alliance San Diego. Thank you, Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp, for bringing forward this ordinance to protect residents from predatory practices and renters from cruel evictions, all while facing devastating losses after disaster. Alliance San Diego was on the ground and helping residents after the January 2024 floods. We would hear firsthand how residents were being offered $100,000 or even $50,000 in cash for properties with a market value of 5 to 6 times or more of what was being offered. Real estate investment companies were sending out teams to knock on doors and harass residents struggling to recover. There were reports of other predatory practices, including price gouging, unlawful evictions, families who had to continue to pay rent for an uninhabitable residence, or lost their deposit. It is imperative to protect the most vulnerable community members, especially during difficult times, from predatory business practices, including unjust evictions. We strongly support this and urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Anna Ramos with Alliance of California for Community Empowerment. First, I want to thank you for putting this ordinance forward. We would like to strongly support this item. I think we all want to make sure families who are already going through such a stressful time don't have to worry about, these predatory practices. And I think it's a smart move for there to be limitations on what these corporate landlords can do and take advantage of people's situations. So we'd like to strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the final speaker in favor, Nicole Lay. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Isadora Lopez. I'm a resident of District 1. I'm also from ACE, the community group ACE. Last year after the floods, I was one of the community members that just wanted to go out and help my neighbors in the South Bay. I went and, helped remove furniture and food and, boxes of unused diapers and all of these really essential things that people were relying on for their livelihoods that were destroyed and contaminated by the floods. And we know that with climate change, these things are only going to happen more frequently and get worse. So I think it's really important that we have these kinds of protections that make sure that community members are able to think about their basic needs rather than thinking about the further gentrification of their communities or being evicted. I think this is a very important thing to pass. So yes, we are in strong support.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition. First 3 speakers, allegedly Audra, Molly Kirkland, and Francisco Abalos. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Nicole Lay. I live in Mount Hope, resident of D1, and I'm also an organizer with ACE, and I strongly support this ordinance like a lot of people here are. People are, going through such emergencies, natural disasters such as wildfires and flooding. They're already suffering a lot. Developers should not be allowed to take advantage of people, especially during these trying times, just to make a buck, just to squeeze in an extra profit. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Also add Consuelo to the list.
My person uses the name Audra. I think you forgot the word hypocrites at the front. Hypocrites adopt an ordinance because you guys are funny. What happened with COVID? Predatory practices all around. Jim, remember when you were like, the only reason we're in an emergency is to get money, right? It wasn't because there actually was one, and you were telling people like, we want them to believe us next time there's an actual emergency. I mean, we had Dr. Death, Wilma Wooten, lock us down with no cases of COVID. How cool was that? And then we're just continuing to stay in an emergency for the money. So, I mean, gosh, I guess if you guys aren't the ones getting the money, then you're going to go after those that are, right? It's good. I mean, because if you would have kept up with the infrastructure, none of these people would have to deal with these predatory practices that are happening. But that's okay, right? Because you guys are immune to everything. It's good. Good job.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Molly Kirkland with the Southern California Rental Housing Association. Unfortunately, we're here to oppose this ordinance. We appreciate the intent behind it, but we know that not all eviction moratoria are created equal. We've seen numerous moratoriums come out locally, including from the county, that don't require any communication from the tenant that there is a hardship or a proof of a hardship. I think these policies are intended to help those in need, and we should require that that be proven. I think any government program has requirements and eligibility requirements. I don't think that's too much to ask. There's other issues with this, the impact on evictions that have been in the process for 6 months or more, long before an emergency is declared, termination notices that are set to expire during an emergency, meaning a landlord's going to have to start all over. What if it's a bad actor? They get to stay longer. There's just numerous issues, including the definition of an imminent health and safety threat, which again, we know from COVID leads to criminals and others, bad actors being able to stay on the property. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, so, yep, amen to that. This is not good, and I agree with everything that Mark mentioned, especially about the equitability.
Can you please state your name?
Consuelo. We're all getting screwed. It was actually the deferred maintenance by the county and the city of San Diego that caused the disaster in the first place. So let's not forget that. But yet, here we are, putting our faith, our energy, our time and money into the real predators at hand. Anyways, yeah, this is not okay. And this is just going to promote further squatting for the people who have actually earned and worked hard for their investment. Thanks, government. You suck.
Thank you. Final call for Francisco Abalos, Esther Meneses, and Jose Lopez. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone, and we will begin with our first caller.
Dissing Jim in that last discussion was rude and stupid, considering that it was a half-baked idea. Now, this ordinance is a good start, but victims of a disaster need protections throughout. People were still homeless months after the January 2024 floods, for instance. ordinance needs to include not only 30 days following the declaration of a state of emergency, but also 30 days after every continuation of that emergency. And, increasing the rent by 10% is way too high. 5% or the cost of living index is much better. An unconscionably excessive price, by the way, should be 10% over the cost of super deep and widow service.
We'll hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Layla Aziz, and I'm with Pillars of the Community. I am strongly in support of item number 12. We were on the ground during the devastating floods, working with the flood survivors daily. Some of the things that we saw were price gouging, illegal evictions where tenants were told things that were not true and didn't have any kind of recourse in order to get back in their homes. We saw a lot of bad actors on the streets, and to me, this ordinance deals with at least 4 of the issues that we saw, and we are very grateful that someone is coming in to protect residents in one of the worst times of their lives when an actual disaster or emergency is declared. We need this, and I hope you all vote yes.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Jessica Calix, and I'm a displaced resident of Beta Street from the floods of January 22nd. And I absolutely support this item because, being a flood survivor, you're in the middle of so much trauma. Everything is disorienting, and landlords were horrible. There were so many people exploiting the situation to potentially get more rent in the future. There were even landlords who forced their tenants to do unpaid labor and work on the home for them for the possibility of being able to live in them in the future. So much people need protections. It's already like vulnerable families become the most vulnerable in an instant during an emergency, and it's worth it to do everything we can to protect them. And any other bad actors, it's nothing compared to the devastating impact for vulnerable families in a disaster.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
My name is Clarissa Marin. Good afternoon. Supervisors, what happened after the January floods was not a failure. It was a total disgrace. Our most vulnerable were preyed upon by scammers, fraudulent contractors, even so-called volunteers before the families ever saw any real help. And these predatory practices didn't just exploit our survivors, they actively hindered response and recovery, left our families in shambles with hundreds slipping through the cracks while bad actors moved faster than the agencies meant to protect them. Our government response was delayed, uncoordinated, and grossly insufficient. And failures to enforce controls and centralized data only perpetuated the chaos. A yes vote means standing up for working families, for homeowners, for tenants. It means standing up for law and order. A no vote means accepting your part in these failures, excusing the exploitation, and signaling that you're okay with history once again repeating itself. Leadership is not about excuses, it's about accountability, preparedness, and action. And when disasters strike, families deserve a system that protects them and does not leave them to fend for themselves. Please fix what went wrong, because next time it could be the constituents of our district.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Justin Castro, how are you guys doing today? You guys seem rattled. You seem winded. Where are all these calls that you've shortened our time from? And on top of that, let's go ahead and go the fact that you guys knew what you needed to do to prevent flooding. You did nothing about it. And all you're doing right now is called a stall technique. You're going to go ahead and not do anything about this election, this one. You're going to go ahead and push it until the next one. How long ago was this flooding? And you guys still haven't made a decision whether or not you're going to help the people? Seriously? So who are you working for? These predatory groups that steal you votes? Obviously, that is who you guys are working for. I mean, it's clear as day. All the advocacy groups that filled out the forms to go ahead and put there, and I'm pretty sure they put the advocacy groups, they're not calling in. That's a red flag for me to go ahead, win these.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Truth, I'm glad you children took a 5-minute timeout. Addressing predatory real estate. Did you guys mean real estate? If you can't get it right in the board letter, how are you going to get it right in real life? Reading is freaking fundamental, right, Monica? Quote, the board declares that it would have passed this ordinance irrespective of the fact that one or more sections may be declared unconstitutional, end quote. How about reading the Constitution for once? Changing the date of a local emergency from the end of a local emergency to while Section 31.503 is in effect is intentionally vague. Remember when last meeting Tara pretended to care about local control? What happened when this item follows emergencies under the president? A 30-day ban on so-called accumulating or selling food or goods for a price of more than 10% above the price equates to communist price controls with no definition of vital or unconsciously excessive for the ultimate power grab, sneaky ace property controls thrown in. And by the way, Tara, labor is not free. One would think that SEIU, UDW, and ACE would have educated you on that one. No on communism.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item. And I do want to note for the record that yesterday an errata was distributed to the board and posted online for the public that updated section 31503D4 of the proposed ordinance. I'll just note that the updates reflect the following. Take any other action in reliance on a notice of termination of tenancy that expired or attempt to induce a tenant to vacate based on such a notice where the landlord or any person or combination of persons within the definition of landlord knows or reasonably should know has suffered economic loss of any sort caused by the emergency. Any such notice of termination of tenancy served or expiring while Section 31.503 is in effect shall be deemed invalid and insufficient to support an action in an unlawful detainer. And that's described in the errata.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. I want to thank County Council and also the District Attorney's Office for drafting this ordinance on predatory real estate practices. Pleased to see it return to this board based on or in response to the action that we took in response to my board letter last year. We've heard from a lot of the public commenters, some who were on the ground helping, others who experienced it themselves. But I think during that time, we as a board had to rush into action to help as many people as we could. And I had committed at that time that I would try to do everything possible to be proactive within the different types of emergencies that we may experience as a county. This ordinance is simply a response to that so that we can be proactive instead of being always on our heels and completely reactive when we are looking for tools to address economic impacts of natural disasters. This will prevent landlords from initiating new eviction actions in areas of the county that are under a local state of emergency. And we also heard, and this is something that was something I wanted to address as well, is that in the area with the floods in particular, we had quite a few homeowners. We had a lot of homeowners, and we had investors coming in and trying to buy homes for a fifth of what they were worth. And we want to do everything we can to send a message that we honor our communities that have very rich history and culture, where people that have worked for the city, the county, and have really sacrificed a lot to be here in this region, we're still able to live because a lot of people are still displaced and cannot afford to get back into the market as homeowners as they once were before the floods. And this is not specific to the floods. This is about any emergency that we will face as the county. We know that our region consistently ranks as one of the most expensive, if not the most expensive place to live in the entire United States. And so the high housing costs make it very difficult for our lower income communities to get by when a natural disaster strikes, especially compared to other parts of the country. So it's, for that reason, I think it's important that the county does everything that we can during those times of emergency to keep folks in their home, and having this on the books, I think would make it at least give clarity to all parties involved and make it clear that we are trying to gain as much stability as we can, at least while the emergency is going on. I think the ordinance helps to do that. There are a couple of amendments, though, the amendments to the ordinance that I would like to add as a part of my motion. One, there's a reference to a 5-day period that this board would have to declare an emergency. And in state law, it's a 7-day period. So I just want to make all of those references in the ordinance to 5 days. I would rather make that 7. State law requires that the board must take action to ratify a state of emergency that is declared by the CAO within 7 days of the CAO's declaration. Just want to make sure that the ordinance is in harmony with that. The second amendment that I would like to make here is, go to the second one. Amending section 31.503, subsection C, which states that this section does not apply to any eviction where a fully legally compliant notice of eviction has been served or an unlawful detainer action has been filed prior to the proclamation. I would like to add the following language, except that no eviction order against a residential tenant may be executed or enforced while section 31.503 is in effect pursuant to the proclamation of a state of emergency by the board or other authorized official for San Diego County unless there is imminent health or safety threat as defined in section 31.501 above. And I think this piece will help minimize the number of people that are displaced during emergencies. Again, this is only for purposes of emergency, not outside of that. And based on what we have seen and what I've personally seen over the last 6 years as an elected official with several different emergencies, just trying to do all we can to stabilize the environment during that time. And with that, I would like to move the recommendation along with these amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do my colleagues have any comments or questions on this item?
I do have a question.
Supervisor Desmond?
So Monica, on C, if a eviction notice is in effect and it's already going through the process, and then the emergency happens, then does that eviction and I see it's being paused while 31.503 is in effect, then does a landlord have to start over again? Or can it be I don't know, if it was right during the end of it, so the landlord has to start it over again? No.
My understanding is that no, and if it's okay with the chair, I'll turn it over to County Council.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp and Supervisor Desmond, for the question. The proposed amendment to 31.503C would essentially pause what is pending, and then upon, when 503 is no longer in effect, it would then revive, so that it is a pause, it's not a start over or a extinguishment of it.
And 31.503 essentially could be in effect for 7 days.
7 days.
And then after, if we put in, then we could take Plan B, I guess, or the next phase after that. Okay. And then I did have a question on, and it came from one of the letters we got from one of the housing communities on the term of economic loss. And it's mentioned many different times, and as if somebody has even in the errata that came out, and recognize economic loss of any sort caused by the emergency. I understand that, but then when you go to the definitions of economic loss, it's on item C, chapter 5, 31501, under definitions. C says economic loss means reduced income, increased expenses, or other personal economic consequences directly or indirectly caused by the emergency. One of the requests from one of the housing is that it would be documented economic loss as opposed to increased expenses. I mean, that's going to happen to everybody, the increased expenses. But I just don't want anybody, because we saw during COVID, people taking advantage of that. During the floods, I don't think any advantage was taken, but some sort of documentation, I think, needs to go along with whatever the economic loss is. And receipts or whatever, but to just declare economic loss to me is almost too easy. So I don't know if it's okay with my colleagues to add that word, that it's documented economic loss.
As I'm thinking through this, definitely understand your point. The only thing that I'm concerned about is, particularly with fires and floods, there's a lot of documentation that is lost. And so it would document it if reasonably, yeah, I guess it could be new expense, or if reasonably available or something like that, that would just tie this to the fact that the loss could be loss of the type of proof that we are looking for.
I guess I was concentrating more on the increased expenses, but I understand your point. So I guess reasonable documentation or something to that effect, or available.
Documentation if available. I think that.
Well, for history, but for increased expenses, that should be available. Those types of things. I just want to make sure that people get what they have coming to them, but we just can't. There's nothing in here that says you have what you need, any sort of documentation or any sort of proof for reduced or for reduced income or economic or increased expenses. I think it's prudent on us to make sure that we're giving money where it's due.
Agreed. I think just in reference to that, this is still just for purposes of emergency. So also the timing.
Well, then I guess I would like that. Okay, so I get this. This is only in effect for 7 days, but then if we were to adopt it again or continue it, I think we would need that type of documentation. So I guess I could leave it out now, but I do think as we go into the next phase that we would be at least getting documents and as we can to verify expenses.
Okay.
But that would be, I guess that's not part of the motion, but that'd be coming back.
I understand your intent, though.
Any additional comments from anyone? Claudia, did you have anything clarifying?
To the extent the ordinance is, if in the initial 7 phase, there wouldn't, as currently written, there wouldn't be a requirement of documentation. If it were to be extended or the emergency extended and the ordinance was adopted for the remainder of that, that can be added as part of the additional findings and anything else that is required at that time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Okay. Anyone else? Any comments? We have a motion. Do we have a second? I will second. Thank you. Okay, please take a vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Item 13, unsafe camping ordinance.
ready.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the board. The management of homeless encampments, as you know, is complex. It includes all 4 of the county's business groups across the full spectrum in terms of providing services to homeless individuals, land stewardship, and enforcement. So today I'm joined with an enterprise-wide work group to provide options seeking your direction to address unsafe camping. On October 24, 2023, the board directed the CAO to return with options to consider an unsafe camping ordinance, and additional direction was received from the board on August 27, 2024, to ensure the proposed options address fire risk. I will now turn the presentation over to our team, beginning with Quentin Brooks, Group Program Manager in the Finance and General Government Executive Office, who will share a timeline and background of key benchmarks.
Thank you, Brian. On October 24th, 2023, the board directed the Chief Administrative Officer to return with options for an unsafe camping ordinance to address fire risk and unauthorized encampments. From there, an enterprise-wide working group was formed across all 4 business groups to address the requests given by direction of the board. Throughout the early months of 2024, this working group conducted internal stakeholder review to ensure all elements were captured in the enhancements presented today. On June 28, 2024, the United States Supreme Court provided its ruling on the City of Grants Pass versus Johnson's case, which we'll discuss in the next slide. On August 27, 2024, the board provided additional direction to ensure language that addresses fire risk was included with the enhancements to the unsafe camping ordinance. Stakeholder outreach was also conducted during the month of September 2024, which led to a board memo that shared staff would return with recommended enhancements early in 2025. As mentioned in the previous slide, the county received direction from the Board of Supervisors to bring forward an unsafe camping ordinance that addresses unsafe camping in the unincorporated area and on county properties with the purpose of mitigating fire risk and safeguarding public health and safety through additional protections for open spaces, preserves, public works infrastructure, and county parks. It is important to highlight that the county does have an existing ordinance located in County Regulatory Code, Section 73.108. More details about the existing ordinance will be shared throughout the presentation. Since the Supreme Court ruling in the Grants Pass versus Johnson case, stating that local camping ordinances could be enforced regardless of shelters made available, our current ordinance is enforceable. I'd now like to turn it over to Deanna Beck, Director of the Office of Homeless Solutions.
Thank you, Quentin. The most recent 2024 point-in-time count identified approximately 200 persons experiencing unsheltered homelessness in the unincorporated area. In addition to that, there are on average 250 households sheltered through the county's Regional Homeless Assistance Program on any given night. The board has taken multiple actions to address shelter and service needs over the past several years, including establishment of county's Office of Homeless Solutions and approval of compassionate emergency housing solutions and pathways to housing projects to expand emergency housing capacity for the unincorporated communities. In the unincorporated communities, the county has and would continue to have a resources-first approach with the goal of connecting people with services and resources, including emergency housing. The county's outreach team consists of the Health and Human Services Agency, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and Sheriff's Office Homeless Assistance Resource Team, or HART. This team coordinates weekly outreach to connect people experiencing homelessness to services and housing resources. Team engages to build rapport over time and completes person-centered and trauma-informed assessments to match individuals to the appropriate resources based on their unique set of needs. Team is able to connect people to self-sufficiency programs in the field, food, medical resources, and other basic needs, connect them to resources in the community that would help them to their path to permanent housing. Each person's story is unique, and they will have a different path out of homelessness. Some get connected back with family, some find work and resolve homelessness on their own, and others may need emergency housing resources to get them stabilized. County offers regional homeless assistance program that leverages local hotels as emergency housing. Current capacity is 250 households on any given night. County also operates 2 safe parking programs which provide 44 spaces for those experiencing homelessness in their vehicles. Lastly, County is working on establishing choice sleeping cabins, which will add another option, and it is anticipated to launch in 2026. All of the emergency housing options are funded with one-time ARPA funds, and County staff is actively exploring other funding opportunities once ARPA ends. I will now turn it over to Jason Hemming, Director of Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Deanna. Now I'm going to cover the county's current procedures for addressing people experiencing homelessness in the unincorporated areas. That includes advance notification, site assessment teams, and notification procedures. When possible, the county assesses a site to determine if an unsheltered encampment poses an imminent threat to life, health, safety, or infrastructure, and determines whether emergency situations require immediate removal of the encampment. As Deanna mentioned, the county outreach team consists of Health and Human Services Agency, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and the Sheriff's Office Homeless Assistant Resource Team, or HART. They coordinate daily to weekly outreach to people experiencing homelessness in the unincorporated communities and connect people to essential services, resources, and housing. Notification procedures include posting a notice to vacate at the site of the encampment 72 hours prior to clearing, collecting, labeling, and storing of personal property for 90 days, and providing information to individuals on how to retrieve their personal property. There are 2 options that will be presented for consideration to address unsafe camping as part of the ordinance update. Option 1 includes enhancements that address fire risk, adds protection for specific areas such as open spaces and public works infrastructure, and adds the existing procedures for encampment cleanups to the ordinance. Or option 2, which makes no changes to the existing ordinance. Section 73.108 of the County Regulatory Code currently states that no person shall camp in any park, public street or highway, or on any improved or unimproved property. This option includes the current notification procedures of 72 hours to vacate and 90 days of storage and labeling of personal property. Enhancement A under option 1 includes provisions that would address fire activity on county property in the unincorporated area of the county. The restrictions in this ordinance would apply to county parks, any public street or highway, any improved or unimproved county property, open space or preserve, culvert and flood control facility, and other county properties. Individuals would be prohibited from using an ignition source to cause or intend to cause a fire, maintain an existing fire, camp while using an ignition source, and discard any lighted tobacco products into combustible material. Enforcement will be handled by local law enforcement or a fire agency that employs a peace officer. I'll now turn the presentation over to Morali Pasamarti, Deputy Director of Public Works, to further discuss the enhancements and options.
Thank you, Jason. The current ordinance covers all parklands, including open space preserves where the county owns, leases, or controls the property. However, the current ordinance does not cover any number of DPW sites, including active construction sites, which require lands beyond the active construction zones. These include areas for off-site storage and temporary right-of-way easements. These areas are not safe for camping and may pose a threat to people and the environment. Enhancement B would include restrictions on camping, fire making, digging, vegetation removal, and personal belongings storage in areas such as open spaces, bodies of water, county-maintained culverts and channels, other public works infrastructure such as airports, wastewater treatment facilities, inactive landfills, and road stations. Enhancement B also includes additional protection to temporarily restrict people from remaining in public works facilities during construction, maintenance, or emergency operations. Enhancement C details the county's existing procedures for encampment abatement and recommends including them in the ordinance. Currently, the county posts a notice at least 72 hours in advance of a cleanup to let people living in an encampment area know when they need to move their belongings. To be consistent with other adjacent agencies and to ensure timely protection of county facilities, the adoption of a 24-hour notification is recommended. The county manages personal property recovered during a cleanup, and this ordinance will identify the items that are useful to a person and are not hazardous, and the time period for storage. The second option, if directed by the board, would allow no changes to be made to the current county ordinance, section 73-108, and continue current enforcement. The process when engaging with people experiencing homelessness is always a resource-first approach, providing outreach and connecting with resources based on individual needs. However, non-compliance could result in enforcement. I will now turn it back over to Brian Albright.
Thank you, Murali and team, for the presentation. As shared, these are the two options for discussion, and upon direction received today, staff would return in the spring with an ordinance for adoption. In conclusion, I just will mention that in addition to the team that presented, we have team members from County Sheriff, County Fire, and Planning and Development Services, Trespassing Enforcement here to answer any questions, and that completes our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Anderson, I believe this was initially your item, so if you wanted to make some comments.
I would. First of all, I've supported every homeless project that anyone's had in any other districts. Madam Chair, when you came with the 2,000 homes supporting the homeless downtown, I seconded it and actually gave you a compliment on it. When we talked about the small homes in Lemon Grove, absolutely supportive. When Jim wanted to do his project in Vista, absolutely. 2 years ago, I lowered homelessness in my district by 27% according to the point-in-time count. My goal is not to punish people, but creating new homeless people and allowing people to put their lives at risk is a public safety issue. Recently, you read the UT, and we learned that over 1,100 fires last year, just this last 12 months, were tied to homeless encampments. When we look at just recently, the Rancho Bernardo Center fire wasn't rural, and yet it had a huge impact. The areas I'm most concerned are rural. Now, my power has been shut off, and I'm okay with it because I understand the risk and that those power lines could lead to my neighborhood being burnt to the crisp. Why can someone be allowed to have an open fire in a lot next to my house or into my community? And that's okay, but I have my power turned off. If it's important enough to turn off my power, it's important enough to take matches away from people that not only will hurt themselves, but all of us. Now, I'm old enough to remember, and I lived through the Cedar Fire, 2,000 homes, over 200,000 people were impacted in my old Senate district. And 2 people died fleeing the fire in their vehicle because they couldn't flee fast enough because the fire was moving so quickly. When these folks start fires in riverbeds, they're not going to climb out of the riverbed fast enough before they're burned alive. I don't want to see that. I also don't want to see the homelessness that was created by the Cedar Fire or the Witch Creek Fire in 2007. This morning at a press conference, we had a woman who had lost her home and it took her 2 years to rebuild. And she was very chipper about it. She goes, well, I got a nice new house. I was there when she lost her house. There was nothing chipper. They were worried about their neighbors' lives. They were worried about their animals. We had a huge, tremendous problem. Unlike Los Angeles, who failed to do the proper protections for their community, we have an opportunity, and this is why I'm making the motion for item 1. And there's still some details to be worked out by staff before they come back. But I want to empower us to take fire materials away from people that are creating fires in high-risk areas And this isn't about punishing homeless. It's about avoiding future homeless when you burn down entire neighborhoods. We're not in downtown San Diego. We're not on the coast. We're not in Chula Vista. We're in rural portions of the community where high winds and dry materials will lead to everybody dying. And so I'm asking all of you not to think of this as a homeless issue, or perhaps think of it as a way to avoid homelessness by burning people's homes down. And I don't want to see anybody die. I don't want to see anybody hurt. And if you bring forward more items to help address the homeless issue, I will continue to be supportive. But for people to argue this is an attack on homeless, that is short-sighted. And what it really says is when people don't live in the unincorporated and yet they represent us, do they really truly care about us? Or do they just care about their community and not ours? Now, I'm the only supervisor that lives in the unincorporated. I know you all are good people. We've not always agreed on every issue, especially today. But more times than not, we do agree because we are trying to solve problems in our communities, and we do share that goal. But I think it's too easy to slip down that and look. If you haven't come to my district, and if you haven't seen the grasslands, we did a grand opening in Lakeside for one of our facilities. And I pointed out to a lot of our county staff who didn't live in the unincorporated. And I said, look around, look at all the flammable materials, and it's not even a windy day. This is why I'm deeply concerned about people who start fires. And by the way, if I were to start that same fire in my backyard, I'd be arrested. Let's just apply the law, and let's make sure that we protect people from dangers of not knowing how dangerous it is for them to start a fire. You know, the Cedar Fire 20 years ago was started because two hunters lost their way and created a fire to be found. And it quickly got out of their control and resulted in people's deaths. They went to jail, and it resulted in over 2,000 homes being burned to the ground. So with that in mind, I made the motion for item 1. I'm open to suggestion about what more we can do for homeless, but this isn't about homeless. This is about whether you have a right to torch neighborhoods. And by the way, when you do torch them, I'm going to make sure that we prosecute you to the full extent of the law. It's not in their best interest to find their housing in our prisons and jails, and it's not in our best interest to allow them to risk everybody's life. I don't want to be Mayor Bass. I don't want to be asleep at the switch, and I don't want to be deleting texts because I failed to do my job. Our job is public safety, and we are the only government for the unincorporated. There's no city to save us. And we saw what happened with the flood victims. Can you imagine if we went through another Cedar Fire with over 2,000 homes obliterated? There's nothing to rebuild. You have to start from scratch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll first go to our comments from our public, and then we'll have a board discussion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 37 requests to speak on this item, 23 in person and 14 requesting to speak by phone. We also received 112 e-comments, 13 in favor and 96 in opposition. Also note that 5 individuals registered their opposition but did not wish to address the board. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 13 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individuals that are in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. We'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. And again, because there are 15 or more speakers on this item, you'll be limited to 1 minute per person. So I'd like to first invite forward the speakers in favor, Pam and Oliver Twist. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
I know it. I'm in favor again. Pam, yes, I'm in favor of this because we need to do something about the homeless encampments, period, end of story. However, without I guess pun intended, the county has so many irons in the fire for homelessness, including NGOs. We spend so much money of tax dollars, whatever dollars are coming from, and there's no light at the end of the tunnel. You guys gave nice options, pretty slides, but you go and remove them from a county property. How do you stop them from going to a city property or a state property? Then what? Oh, we've removed them from the county. They're still in a rural area. So what, a fire started? Weekly connections, you mentioned, or daily. Do you help them completely out of homeless? Or when you're done with them with that appointment, do they go back to where they were or find another location? I mean, how much success are we having? And option 2, since I only have a minute, too bad. This isn't good.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Oliver Twist, AKA Mary Davis, strongly in favor of this item. My homeowner's insurance had more than doubled. Many of my neighbors have gotten canceled, and so that's one thing that is actually making the affordability housing crisis, driving that factor. I also have friends who have lost houses. I shared the story last time about my one friend who said he knew he wasn't running fast enough when his hair caught on fire. A story I have not shared is when I was a dispatcher at San Diego PD, and it was a cedar fire, and they were finding the bodies the next morning, and it was on Muth Valley, and it was chilling on the tactical channel. We've got 3 bodies here. We've got 2 bodies here. They were fleeing in terror out of their car. What we didn't know, it was going at that morning to Scripps Ranch and about to take out that neighborhood. And so you will be driving homelessness through these fires. They do not know any bounds, and I'm urging you, please do every precaution to save homes and prevent homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition. Again, I'll be calling you groups of 3, so please listen for your name. William Keith, Jesse Schmitty, and Patricia Mondragon. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. How you doing? Everybody up there okay? All right. The first thing I want to do is acknowledge...
Can you please state your name?
I'll give you my name in 1 second. I'm going to acknowledge the vice chair of this board and those who are behind me. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want everybody here to remember that homeless people got to have somewhere to go to. My name is Keith. I'm an honorably discharged United States Army veteran, a small business owner, and many other good things. I have frequented the shelters here in San Diego off and on for many years. I am all too familiar with the psychological warfare brought not only to me, but to many veterans and others at VVSD and the Alpha Project. I am also familiar with certain staff who go out of their way, watch the word, to trigger triggers of veterans and those alike. I support new and improved.
Thank you. Your time is up, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon again. Jesse Schmitty, State Policy Manager for Alliance San Diego, standing before you in strong opposition to the proposed encampment ban. Real quick, over 2 million acres burned since 2007, over 30,000 buildings damaged or destroyed, 145 fatalities. These are not statistics of fires started by individuals experiencing homelessness. These are statistics of accumulating fires from corporations who fail to invest in the proper infrastructure while charging ratepayers for the negligence of utilities. These numbers do not account for the most recent Palisades and Altadena fires. So I think if we actually want to get to the bottom of homelessness, we actually need to be serious about it. 1,100 fires referenced by Supervisor Anderson is only 17% of the fires accounted for. And even in the Union Tribune article stated that this does not definitively reflect that all 17% of those fires were started by homeless individuals. The Cedar Fire, as referenced, was started by hunters, not by homeless people. So again, this is quite frankly lousy policymaking, and we strongly oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers: Aaron Suramoto Grassi, Miriam Perez, and Jason Ritchie. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon again. Patricia Mondragon, Alliance San Diego. We strongly oppose this motion. This ordinance criminalizes folks for being homeless rather than address the very real concern of wildfires. County residents are living in canyons and forested areas because they have no other options. The City of San Diego's encampment ban has only proved that these measures do nothing to help people and instead moves them into more and more dangerous conditions. Earlier, you voted on a proposal to use county resources for immigration enforcement, which the community soundly opposed. What we want is the county to use resources to address housing affordability, keeping all at-risk families in homes, and providing safe shelter options. Addressing housing and homelessness is what will improve public safety for everyone, including safety from wildfires. Please vote no.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. My name is Jason Ritchie, and I'm here with the Residents United Network in HEAL. And I'm speaking as someone who has experienced unsafe camping ordinance has me deeply concerned. I would suggest option 2, and a lot of our concerns have to do with enhancement C. While I understand that fire safety is an issue and much work needs to be done, I ask that you look at the humans that are involved in this and our citizens. Most of us are not on the street by choice. Those targeted are also cook our food, clean our offices, and care for our children. Even families with multiple incomes struggle with rent. And so I'm asking about the 24-hour notice period, that it be extended to, or remain 72 hours. Just imagine what it would be like to be told you have 24 hours to get yourself together, you have no money and nowhere to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, County Supervisor. Good afternoon, County Supervisors. My name is Miriam Perez. I'm a member of HEAL and Resident United Network, and I'm also a community health worker. People who have experienced homelessness are always willing to collaborate and together find a solution. This ban does not offer collaboration and does not address the root causes of homelessness and will only displace people, families, children, leaving them with less resources. So please look into this and think of those that need it most. Thank you.
Thank you. A call for Aaron Suramoto Grassi, and calling 3 additional speakers, allegedly Audra, Mark, and Ken Herman. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, Supervisors. Aaron Suramoto Grassi, Associate Director at Alliance San Diego. I am also a District 2 resident and homeowner, so I also want to speak to that as a constituent in Joel Anderson's district. So Alliance San Diego and myself, we strongly oppose item 13. Item 13 will further criminalize and punish individuals who are unhoused. This does nothing to solve homelessness and actually worsens the situation, making it harder for individuals to get housing and the help that they need, and diverting important county resources that could be used for housing instead of criminalization. County resources are better spent working to put folks in housing, following data-driven and evidence-based practices. So we urge the board to oppose this item. As my colleague also noted, I do want to draw attention to the fact that, again, the Cedar Fire, as you mentioned, right, was caused by a lost hunter. The Witch Creek Fire was caused by a power line. So I think it's really important that we don't conflate what's happening with homelessness and with folks who are unhoused with fires that were caused by other sources.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, you could put thousands of people on Fiesta Island, and it's surrounded by water. How fireproof is that? Government causes the emergencies, including fires. Electric company has not cleared the forest or rural roads, and the transnational corporations with UN want people out of the rural areas, making it easier to enslave and control us. Rich globalist insurance companies even make money as people are forced into the city centers. Government never stops the Federal Reserve from intentionally causing inflation. Between World War II and 1967, the richest citizens, like Howard Hughes, were taxed 92%, effectively 70% after loopholes, and America flourished. Now a small group have more money and assets than half the U.S. population. You can You can now arrest people you have impoverished, and the pharmaceutical corporations can force medication on them against their will. This is criminal, it's wrong. I understand the intent behind it, the good intent, but you have to correct the problem. This is going to turn these people into slaves, and more people will become impoverished.
We already are. Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Mia T., Michael Faraday, and Isadora Lopez. If I've called your name, please come forward.
My person uses the name Audra, always going after the low-hanging fruit, right? They're the easiest to target. Wouldn't it be cool if you guys actually fixed the problem, then you wouldn't have to demonize these people? It's interesting because you're like, we're going to take away their matches. Can we take away your matches? You guys are putting Besses in these lithium batteries everywhere. Like, you want to, prosecute these people to the full extent of the law. You should be prosecuted whenever there's a fire that has been caused by something that you guys have done. And I would consider this something of that nature because you're not doing anything that's actually helping the homeless people. It continues to get worse no matter how much money is thrown at it. No matter how much. Because it's a business. And that way you can target these individuals and act like it's their fault for being in that situation when you're supposed to be helping. You don't do anything about it except for prosecute them and take their stuff. And I'm wondering, after 90 days of storage, do they not get their stuff for 90 days? Do they have to go get it back? Like, what does that look like?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Michael Faraday. I'm a resident of San Diego County. I rent. No one chooses the circumstances they are born into. No one chooses to live on the street. No one chooses to get raided by the police on a regular basis. But it is ironic, right, that 5 people, each of whom earn over $200,000 a year, are deciding the fates of people who have no political power, but we are technically morally equal, right? Yeah. And Monica Montgomery Stepp, I voted for you when I lived in District 4, and I was disappointed to learn that you voted in favor of the expansion of the language of this encampment ordinance. If you want to prevent fires, why don't you create better zoning laws, better building codes, make housing for people, and
thank you. Next
yeah, y'all don't have the guts.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Mia Thompson. I am a criminal justice major, legal research intern with Community Advocates for Just and Moral Governance, and a member of the ACLU-SDIC. I urge you to reject this ordinance because it unfairly targets unhoused individuals under the pretense of wildfire prevention. While safety is crucial, criminalizing encampments does not reduce fire risks. In fact, it will only push people into more dangerous, hidden areas where first responders have less access. Instead of punitive measures, we need to use county resources for expanded shelter options, wildfire mitigation strategies that address all wildfire risks, and real long-term housing solutions. Please invest in prevention and not punishment. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Nicole Lay, Barbara Pinto, and Bruce Gregory. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Issa. I'm part of ACE, the community group. I also live in District 1. I'm opposed to this ordinance because it puts the blame of basically the effects of climate change onto the community's most vulnerable members. If we ask ourselves why are a lot of homeless people lighting fires, maybe it's because they're cold and they have to live outside, and fires keep people warm. So if really the issue is about people needing shelter, then things like rent control, banning no-fault evictions are things that would actually prevent homelessness and people ending up on the street to begin with. There's also an array of things that can be done to prevent wildfires that don't criminalize and target the community's most vulnerable members. So I am opposed to this, and ACE members are opposed as well.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Nicole Lay here. This is absolutely an anti-homeless ordinance. With this ordinance passed, unhoused people will face even more violence. This ordinance is operating under the assumption that unhoused people are unhoused because it's all their fault, because they're lazy. Here's the fact about the housing crisis. Rent has skyrocketed the past few decades, while wages have been stagnant. San Diego is now the most expensive city to live in the entire country. The average rent of a one-bedroom apartment in San Diego is $2,300 a month. The minimum wage is $17 an hour. This means that more than 80% of one's income goes to their rent. 80%. And what about the affordable housing? Where are they? This is only one aspect of homelessness, not to mention mass incarceration and addiction. How is one supposed to pull themselves up by the bootstraps when this is the reality? You're making it so much harder for people to have basic respect and dignity. I oppose this ordinance.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. I've been a homeless advocate for a long time. One of the things that I have found out, the policies towards homelessness is good and bad. There's been a lot of good there, and there's been a lot of bad.
Can you please state your name,
What I'm
sir?
trying to say is, I think this board should table this ordinance right now, and it needs more thought. I admit the people on my left, they probably did a lot of thought, but they did not ask us to give an input. I've been in San Diego a long time, and one of the things that I found is that there's a lot of bigotry when you bring up the word homelessness. I could go on and on and on, but I don't have that much time. Council, I hope you will
Thank you. Your
table
time
this.
is up, sir. Thank you. Your time is up, sir. Thank you. Just to note for the record, that speaker is Bruce Gregory. Thank you. Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call three additional speakers: Danny Loza, Thelma Navarro, and Jose Lopez. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Barbara Pinto. I am a member of ACE. I just would like to speak on behalf of the displaced people and the homeless. These people are drowning. Not all of them, of course, have the same situations, but they're drowning, and this is like pouring water on a drowning man. All people, of course, have different situations. I myself am a senior. I'm about 2 paychecks away from being homeless. I rent in San Diego, and I still have to work. My rent takes all of my Social Security, part of my retirement, and I still work part-time. Next year, I will be 80 years old, and I don't know how long I can continue to do this. The problem is not so much the homeless people. The problem is housing and affordability. We need to, we as a public are begging that they clean up these streets in our communities in a more human way. Throwing and trashing everybody's personal belongings and jailing them is not the solution to this problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, please.
Good afternoon again. My name is Thelma Navarro, and I'm a researcher and policy advocate with the Center on Policy Initiatives. When you approach homelessness through a punitive policy, such as destroying people's belongings, giving tickets, and even jail time, you subject individuals to higher mortality rates, increased trauma, and greater barriers to recovery and finding housing again. Homelessness is not and should not be treated as a public safety, but as a humanitarian crisis. Criminalization is not fire prevention and does not make San Diegans any safer. With over half San Diegans experiencing housing cost burden, that means spending more than 30% of your income on housing alone. Many individuals in our community are only one crisis away from being unhoused. The board needs to shift its resources to implementing humane solutions such as long-term housing and Housing First, a program that in its first year alone saved the county $1.6 million by putting people inside homes. We ask the board to repeal the unsafe camping ordinance altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call three additional speakers: Zach Schnagel, Consuelo, and Flower Alvarez Lopez. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Okay, Consuelo here. First thing I want to point out is they will never get to the root of the issue because they are the root of the issue. Again, always under the guise of safety. This is about more control of movement and control that government wants over your every move and every decision. Again, they are laying out the blueprint to usher in the UN agenda for the 21st century. To my brothers and sisters here in the audience, you know, we come here often and we say pretty much the same things in different ways when these items come up, and it all boils down to this grand agenda that is taking place right under our noses. They will use things like safety, they're being equitable. Nope, it's not for us.
Next speaker, please.
For the record, my name is Flower Alvarez Lopez. With Universidad Popular, I am their co-director, and we're based out of District 5. We're registering our strong opposition to item 13. We're also deeply impacted by wildfires in District 5. I talked about it earlier in my comment. The Cocoa fires were actually started by a young 13-year-old girl, and not by a homeless encampment. That's for the record. I was just contemplating about how just in item 12 we're talking about supporting survivors of natural disaster like floods and wildfires, but the only person that voted against that was Supervisor Joel Anderson, and then here we have this type of support that we're not in favor. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. Again, we're in strong opposition to this camping ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Final call for Jose Lopez, Danny Loza, Ken Herman, and Zach Schnagel. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We will begin with our first caller.
Hi, my name is Angelina Corsani from ACLU SDIC. I urge you to oppose both camping ban options presented today and instead repeal the county's current camping ban ordinance. In a context where the county has declared a housing crisis and is fully aware there are not enough shelter beds to meet the current need in our region, it's clear that any camping ban policy at this time, regardless of what amendments might be added, cannot be designed to effectively connect people to resources and shelter beds. Camping bans simply force people who are experiencing homelessness to move around, lose their essential items, and provide a legal justification for unhoused individuals to eventually be put in jail. Criminal law is not a fire prevention strategy, and camping bans only serve to hide, not solve or even treat the deeper issues driving homelessness. We ask you to reject criminalization and prioritize long-term solutions like housing-first strategies. We urge you to vote against this board letter and instead repeal the county's existing camping ban. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson, I am a hell no to this item. We need to stop scapegoating homeless people, the most powerless people in our society, for problems exacerbated by climate change like wildfires. I understand the importance of protecting our neighborhoods in the rural areas from the threat of wildfires, but we should not be blaming homeless people. We should be blaming not only climate change, but we should also be blaming private corporations like SDG&E that don't update their power lines, or the fossil fuel industry for creating the climate crisis that we're living under in the first place. But Joel, I don't hear you having any smoke for those fossil fuel companies that I'm going to guess you probably took money from when you were a senator in the state legislature, just saying. So can we please stop this scapegoating of people?
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Madison, and thank you for the opportunity to support Option 1 on this issue that directly impacts public safety and wildfire prevention. First of all, I love the goal of connecting people with sheltering and food and, where appropriate, substance use disorder and mental health treatment. But yes, I also think it is important to dig deeper on the role of smoking in starting wildfires and the importance of addressing this risk in the proposed unsafe camping ordinance. There should be consequences for putting neighborhoods at risk of wildfires. When individuals camp in fire-prone areas, they often disregard the risk of smoking in such environments. And when they build fires, that's obviously an issue. But also a discarded cigarette butt, if not properly disposed of, can easily ignite dry grass, brush, and other combustible materials, which can spark a wildfire. Even the smallest spark from a cigarette can quickly escalate into a catastrophic fire, threatening lives, homes, and our natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Full mode. Safety first, especially with all the known fire enhancers around like battery energy storage, and you've approved your share. EVs and utility companies not clearing or undergrounding. Look back at the board records, maybe from 2022 or 2021. If you'd followed our suggestions, you probably wouldn't even need this. But I think that this is good ordinance right now, but, it could be a bit better. Enhancement A, adding provisions of fire risk. It's already covered in penal code. Enhancement B, adding protection in specific areas like open space and public works.
Thank you. You'll hear from the next caller.
My name is Kayla Appenzeller, and I oppose the existing camping bans in both options presented in Agenda Item 13. It's ironic to address unsafe housing when neither option provides a safe housing option. It cannot be said that the plan is resource first when the outreach programs are conducted by the Sheriff's Department, and again, does not address housing. San Diegans want solutions that build community trust and do not involve funding Kelly Martinez. San Diego has been ranked as one of the most expensive cities in the world, or in the nation, apologies, and until an actionable plan to shelter people is presented, homeless people will continue to exist. You cannot criminalize houselessness and struggling poor into housing. Only radical sheltering can do that. While people in San Diego are working 2 to 3 full-time jobs and unable to afford housing, while on average 1 in 10 students attending our local colleges are houseless, while last season's torrential rains displaced more than 1,000 people because of the city and county's negligence, criminal houses.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lauren Casares, Policy Advisor at the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce. We're the largest local nonprofit business organization on the West Coast, representing over 2,200 members and over 300,000 jobs across our region. The Chamber is in support of Item 13, establishing an unsafe camping ordinance in San Diego County to prevent wildfire hazards and ensuring public safety, and supporting the additions of enhancements A, B, and C. The homelessness and housing affordability crises continue to negatively impact hardworking families and the economic well-being of our region. From concerns over public safety to increasing economic stability, this issue remains top of mind for our members. Solving the homelessness crisis needs implementation between the state, the county, and all cities in our region. It is crucial that the County of San Diego aligns its efforts with the City of San Diego to ensure cross-agency collaboration is continuing across the region. The proposed ordinance with the additions of enhancements A, B, and C will do just that. While all three enhancements are important, I'd like to take a moment to highlight A.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Yeah, hello, my name is Khalid Alexander. I'm calling in opposition to this ban.
I think this ordinance is just another attempt to criminalize the poor, and even worse, it's piggy-banking on the failed policies of Toad Gloria. Their only crime is being poor. They can't be in cities, they can't be in parks, they can't be in canyons, they can't be on the street, they can't cook their food, they can't be seen, and they can't be heard. Please address the root issues. Housing is expensive in San Diego. It's unaffordable. Being poor is not a crime. Please oppose this ordinance. People don't sleep in canyons for fun. They need help, not handcuffs. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
I'm Ascari Abdul-Muntaka, I'm the pillars of the community, and I'm standing in strong opposition to this measure. As the previous caller said, that we have to address the root causes of homelessness as opposed to simply trying to scapegoat people who are poor and have no resources. You can't criminalize homelessness. It is barbaric. We need to think about the things that need to happen to help people get out of homelessness as opposed to trying to criminalize it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
I want to first start off by saying thank you very much, Luke Flywalker, for having Waker for having a conversation with me the other day so that I could go ahead and address you guys in a proper fashion. And thank you, ACLU, for going ahead and making yourself present today, because I'm going to go ahead and explain next meetings how you dismantled our election system at the same time pretending you were an ally with the people. That is just an act. I am fully aware. I know the actions that you guys are taking currently right now to help make it possible for you to commit mass amounts of voter fraud so that you can control over 50% of elected officials. You guys have a wonderful track record of getting people elected, don't you? And politicians protecting your asses every step of the way. Oh, I found the key to get into the ballot box. You're screwed.
For the record, their speaker was Justin Castro. We'll hear from the next caller.
Stephanie Becker. We need a camping ban, period, not just for fires, but in general. If we look at the neglected District 4 that Supervisor Stepp controls, Lamar Park is full of drug deals. Those drug deals, when people are stoned, under the influence, whatever, a simple match can create a fire. Nobody's blaming the homeless for all of the fires, but it's certainly a contributory factor. So we need to put an end to that, and the only way to put an end to that is to have a camping ban. But the county can't control their own county park. Look at Lamar Park. Sheriff's Department knows it. Everybody knows what's going on there. There's a tent set up every night. There's encampments all day long, up and down the street. We have to do something to protect the people. The people, the homeowners, the renters, the taxpayers, they're the ones that not only pay the salaries of the Board of Supervisors, but they're paying for every single thing that we do here. We need to stop having...
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Hey, it's Truth. Joel doesn't mind his power being shut off because it serves as a good excuse to miss meetings, doesn't it? Are homeless people really camping, or are they being forced to live in RVs, cars, tents on streets, and canyons, riverbeds, and ravines? Words matter, and they all have legal meanings. Calling it camping usurps jurisdiction over people's self-created dwellings. Fire coming from the drug tents is a serious issue, but it is not the only cause. A previous meeting claimed that 46% of the fires were started a different way. At least 12 of the recent local fires, including the Paula and Lilac fires, were started by arsonists. One arsonist set 9 fires in November. So here's the real solution: the death penalty for arson. Then there's the choice sleeping cabins mentioned in the presentation that nobody wants, because unlike the city of El Cajon, the county does a horrible job at everything. Smashing 72-plus drug addicts into tight spaces will not help solve homelessness or create responsible adults. Of course, I don't actually expect children who had to take a 5-minute time out today to understand anything about being responsible adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple comments. First of all, I strongly agree that we need to be very cognizant of the fire risk posed in our community, and particularly in areas, as you mentioned, with high grasslands and lots of flammable materials. So I am very supportive of Enhancement A, which would add those provisions related to fire risk. That's regarding, for those of you who don't have the ordinance in front of you, that's regarding the inclusion of a prohibition on ignition materials. So that basically means if you have stuff that can burn and is intended to burn, that is prohibited. And I think that is a good idea. I think it is an oversight that was not already included. So I think that's very wise. I think Enhancement B, which makes sense. I think there's some sort of strange ways in which this item was originally written. So it does make sense. But I do want to kind of, before getting into greater comments on more holistically where I am on this item, I just want to take a step back and just put all of this in context. I think it's important to note for everyone that the unsafe camping ordinance that we have in San Diego has been on our books since 1968. So this is not a proposal to create an unsafe camping ordinance. This is a proposal to take an existing anti-camping ordinance that has been on the books since 1968 for decades, and make some clarifications to the ordinance around issues like fire safety risks and notification periods. So I think it's important to center that. I think this is a very important conversation today around the various very real concerns around public safety and fire risks, but also the real clear and pressing need for people in our community who are unhoused to have a place to sleep and a place to go. So I just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing, which is we have an ordinance that's on the books since 1968, and this is looking to amend that ordinance. I do have concerns about Enhancement C, which would change the notification period. Currently, there is no notification period in the ordinance that's on the books, that's codified. As we heard last meeting from our public safety group, the practice is a 72-hour notification period, but that's not codified, that's not required. This would actually say in law that all that's required is a 24-hour notification. I have concerns about that. I think there were some speakers who did, I think, rightly flag that 24 hours is not very long to figure out where you're going to go with all of your stuff, and this is where somebody lives. So I'm not comfortable with a 24-hour notification period, except in cases where there's an imminent threat to public health and safety, in which case, obviously if someone is an imminent threat to public health and safety, we're not talking about any notification period, right? So you can't be sitting there starting a fire. So I do think if just in general, around camping in general, 72 hours is more appropriate. This is the standard for most of the jurisdictions in California. I think 24 hours is too short, except of course in the specific instances where there's an imminent threat to public health and safety. I think we all have to be honest that, of course, this ordinance alone is clearly not going to end homelessness. This is, we know that, and we have been trying to do a lot of work to build more homes and shelters and connect people to shelter services, as well as expanding high-impact prevention and diversion programs, and strengthening our behavioral health system, which was the topic of our summit just last week. These issues are interconnected, and this is sort of the end of the line and not the beginning of the line. And when someone has ended up sleeping in our canyons, we have failed them as a society, far before they've ended up sleeping there. So I do think we need to stay focused on longer term solutions that ensure that people have a safe place to go, not only just talking about policies that move people from one place to another. So again, I am very supportive of the enhancement A around fire ignition sources, and enhancement B around ensuring that the county can, make sure that people can't start fires in places that are, we have there's an easement and isn't, officially or formally county land, but we have effective control over. Concerns about enhancement C. I also wanted to add, if I was to support this, and I'm just putting this out on the table. This is not a formal motion, just we have a motion on the table by Supervisor Anderson. I think he doesn't have a second at this time, so I think we're in a moment. Okay, second from Supervisor Desmond. I'm just putting out there, what I would be able to support and interested in supporting. I do think it would be important to include a requirement that, except in cases where there is an imminent public safety or public health risk, such as fire or an outbreak of a contagious disease, that before enforcement actions occur, sufficient and appropriate shelter beds should be available for all housed individuals in the unincorporated areas, not countywide. I'm trying to be cognizant that we have responsibility over unincorporated areas, and that appropriate shelter beds should first be offered to eligible individuals and refused. So that is, I think, really important. I know that that's already, according to our presentation last week, is already the practice for the most part. But I think it would be very important to put that in this ordinance, that we're not going to arrest people for sleeping if they have nowhere else to go, and that is not something that we, I think, morally can do. We can't arrest people for just sleeping if we have nowhere to take them. So I just wanted to put out that that's where I am at on this. If there was interest in a friendly amendment, I would make it. If not, I would make this as a substitute motion.
So my concern is fire. The C, I don't care. That's fine. Whether we give them 24-hour notice or not, I don't care. What I'm concerned about is burning down my neighborhood and putting their own lives at risk. So I don't understand the aspect, because this is only about public safety, about the housing, the issue. So if we're saying you're lighting a fire in a high-risk red flag, putting me at risk, we have to offer you a house?
No, sorry. Let me say it again, because maybe I wasn't clear. I said that we would add an enhancement D that, except in cases where there are imminent public safety or imminent public health risks, such as a fire and outbreak of contagious disease. So putting those cases aside, so if someone's lighting a fire, you can't do it. Off you go. But if that's not happening, if they're sleeping there with no flammable material, they're not presenting an imminent risk to public safety, then in those cases, we would have to have a place for people to go and offer them that, and they'd have to refuse before this could be enforced.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I would like, though, for us to think in terms of the RHAB program. Building a homeless shelter out there at this stage will be 2, 3, 4 years down the pike. There's no way, with their EIRs and all the rest, every project I've tried has been over $1 million in an environmental study. It's cost prohibitive. So I just want to make sure that we're not putting 2,000 people's lives. And for all those people that commented, I know the difference between who started what fire. The question is, even under the best circumstances, it's devastating for the communities. So as long as the focus is on the fire aspect, I'd be happy to take those amendments if my second would accept them. But that would be A and B we're good for, and then it's the same policy we've had up to now.
Yeah, it just codifying essentially the policy we had with those amendments.
So are you saying that we'd have to have beds
for fire
available?
Safety.
I know. Are you saying we'd have to have beds available for everyone if there's not a fire? But if there is fire, an imminent fire, Santa Anas are blowing tomorrow or something like that, that we don't have that requirement?
That's correct. If there's an imminent risk to public health, and not just fire.
You have to offer them housing. If it's 100 degrees and it's a 70 mile an hour wind, you don't.
Okay. Okay, so it's A and B at this point, but with that type of warning. But, and I guess I'm looking forward to, I put forward that red flag warning day that we had, for clearing encampments, and I think that should be that tighter timeline. You're okay with an imminent, you got to go now, or you got to go.
Yeah, I just want to absolutely. I want to clarify, if it's a imminent risk to public health and safety, yes, you have to go now. But if it's not, if someone's just camping, that you'd have to have a 72-hour notice, not a 24, and that you'd actually have to have places for people to go and offer them housing before you could enforce it.
And they can refuse, and if they refuse the housing,
If we have a place for the people to go, right? If we have sufficient and appropriate shelter beds, we offer to them and they refuse, then it could be enforced. That's exactly right.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Well, I have some other comments. I don't know if you were done or still talking here.
I'm done. I accept it. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Then I'll be happy to support. Thank you.
Thanks.
And Supervisor Desmond, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. So, I'd like to thank staff for all your work on this. I know it took a while to bring all this together, and I appreciate the options that you have for us. I think hopefully we can make some progress here. But I agree with our practice. We go in, we offer services first. Many times to people camping in areas that we don't allow camping, but we offer services first and then enforce our laws to ensure public safety and the quality of life for all of our residents. But I think it's time that we take back our parks, our sidewalks, our waterways, and our neighborhoods, our canyons, and in particular, our wildfire areas. I also represent a large portion of the unincorporated area where those fires, when they get going and the Santa Ana winds are blowing, all bets are off. And so we have to make sure those areas and the unincorporated areas are not campsites or people camping in canyons. And also, I think it's not right there's not a right for people to live on the streets. And it's not humane either to leave them there and to die in our streets. Now, we all know that there are chronically homeless people with substance abuse and mental health issues who consistently refuse treatment. That population, I think, should not just be able to refuse services and stay on our streets and our canyons. They shouldn't be able to. I think we need to get them into treatment. And I've consistently supported the expansion of services and treatment, and I'll continue to do so. But we all saw LA, and I'm getting a lot of questions about, when I go out and they're talking about LA. I look forward to hearing the update, as I mentioned earlier, about the red flag warnings. Maybe it's all taken care of here, but we'll see the report back. I'm still looking forward to that. But I think for today's actions, we need to ensure that we have all the tools at our disposal to get people off the streets and into treatment. That should be our #1 effort. And even involuntarily, if they refuse, 50, 60, multiple times. So I'll go ahead and I appreciate the comments from my colleagues, kind of ironing this out here and having a motion to support. So thank you.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so much. Let me say this sort of as an aside, but her name has been invoked a couple of times in this meeting. That is Mayor Karen Bass. And the only thing that I would ask is we, have experienced devastating fires in our region years ago, and Los Angeles is experiencing the impact of those fires now, is that I don't recall when the Cedar fires were going on, the sort of demonization of any elected official necessarily. And I just hope that I'm really not comfortable with us doing that. So that kind of as a premise for what we're doing here, I'm very uncomfortable with that. I know it may not be intended in that way, but I just want to call that out. As most of you all know, in understanding the distinction between fires, one of the most serious public safety threats that we have. understanding that anytime we talk about this type of enforcement, we all also are talking about criminalization, whether that is the intent or not. And so the theory behind the criminalization is that the threat of criminal charges and incarceration will incentivize unhoused persons in this particular incident to voluntarily move off the streets or move to a different jurisdiction. But what we've seen from enforcement of certain unsafe camping ordinances, some, with some similarities to this one, others not so similar, is that has not necessarily worked, right? That theory has not necessarily worked. And so I would say that the amendment here is very important because I don't think that we should morally, even though legally we can now based on the Supreme Court's most recent decision, I don't think morally we should be using any of our ordinances, because what's on the books now we could also use as a way to improperly enforce on folks. But I don't think we should be using any of those things to criminalize people, especially when we do not have housing for them and housing costs continue to go up and up and up and up and up. So I think that as we focus on and talk about the threats of fire, that we still keep it as a holistic conversation and not make people who are unhoused necessarily scapegoats for all of what we are experiencing right now. I think there are a lot of different factors as to why we're going through what we're going through. I wanted to ask a question. This is for elements of an ordinance. Is the ordinance coming back to this board?
That's correct.
Okay, and do we have a timing on that?
I believe it will be within the next 60 days.
To how many?
Yeah, 60.
Oh, 2 months.
Correct.
Okay. You said 2 days, Brian. We were like, huh?
Sorry.
Hey, this is government. I asked that because I do think certain elements, especially from what we've heard here today, there are some people with lived experience that can walk us through what it would mean to them, our different types of enforcement. I think that's important when we're creating policy, that we at least have that as a reference. So I would ask that our staff reach out to the HEAL Network and some of our other partners, because the lived experience aspect of this is extremely important. It's one thing to create and make policy, but it's another thing to walk through it and really experience how it will impact a person's life. So again, the moral obligation, I think we do have a moral obligation to, before we put handcuffs on somebody, to say, we have a place for you to go. And because that is added as an Amendment D, I'm okay with supporting this, provided that it's coming back and I can have another look at it. Last thing I'll say is, there was requested, I wasn't at the last board meeting when this was heard, but the board, per the documents, requested a list of possible places where the county could produce more, a list of properties that we could look at, I'm assuming, to have the options to provide for people and places to stay. I see the Troy Street cabins intimately involved in that project, and a couple of lots. Parking lots are only useful if you have a car. And that list, I don't see a list. I think that is still a worthy exercise for us. And it was also asked by this board. I didn't see one. So I would ask that come back as well. Okay? All right. Thank you very much for all of the work. I will be looking forward to seeing the ordinance when it comes back to finalize my support. But for right now, since we're moving on to that next level, I want to see the ordinance. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, staff went out of their way. I had several meetings with them. You did an incredible job. I knew a lot of people working from different angles. And when we started, I was not happy. And where you got to was fantastic work. So I just want to personally thank each and every one of you publicly for the incredible work that you put into this project. It was, while at first blush simple, when you started peeling away the onion, it got very difficult. So thank you very much for your hard work.
Okay, fantastic. We have a motion by Supervisor Anderson, a second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you all very much. We will now move on to, it's 4 o'clock. So we will do the remainder of, actually we'll do board committee reports. Then we will have non-agenda public comment. Then we will have a closed session comment. And if there's time, we will, which there probably won't be, we will go to closed session. If not, we'll just go straight into item 14. So again, for my colleagues, we will do board committee reports. Then we'll do the remainder of non-agenda public comment. We will do a closed session public speakers. If there's time, we will go to closed session. If not, we will go to item 14. Thank you very much.
We will replace you. That's a promise. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody have a board committee report?
I don't. I got an NCTT meeting, though, on Thursday this week, so I'll hopefully have some next meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, can I please have some quiet in the chamber? Okay, thank you all. Anyone have a committee report? We have Supervisor Desmond said he is NCTD on Thursday. Anyone else have anything they want to share? Okay, if not, then we will go to the remainder of non-agenda public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 13 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 4 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'd like to invite forward Michael Brando, Pam, Daniel Sullivan, and allegedly Audra. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name for the audio record.
Pam, let's celebrate Women's History Month. Pretending to care about women, it's comical, hypocrisy and lies. Women of the board, that you recognize the wave. By chance, did you ask them if they would accept a man pretending to be a woman to take a spot on their team or expose them their male genitalia in their locker room? I bet you didn't ask them that. Let's take a look at history of how these women on the board honor fellow women. They promote the definition of women to include men and diminish the women to the term of birthing person. They promote abortion at any time and invite girls and women to this county as a sanctuary to kill their babies. You know, baby girls are also killed, slaughtered limb by limb, or medically slaughtered and expelled into a toilet. These women voted against protecting girls and women in their spaces and their sports. That's why I was totally shocked you honored the wave. And you disregard, by doing that, you disregard the mental and physical health of girls and women. You support medical castration and surgical mutilation of minor children in the names of trans, which includes not top surgery, but double mastectomies of teen girls. These women are okay with minor children deciding to enter mental health outpatient or entering a government mental health residential center without parental knowledge or consent. You prioritize violent, criminal, illegal foreigners over the safety of girls and women in this county. The obliteration of women leads to the downfall of society. How dare you, the two of you women on this board who like to proclaim how they're the first this or the first that woman. Shame on both of you.
Next speaker, please.
My personal username, Audra. This was written by my good friend, James Anthony Ellis, who passed away, actually took his own life, and he dedicated this to me and other people that come in here. In the game. It's tough being in the game. You could be hurt, you could be maimed, you could be carried out on a stretcher, laid out. You could lose big time in an all-out, an all-time, full-on blowout. Opponents could target you, pushing for your ultimate fall. Opposing crowds could boo, throwing the occasional snowball. You could appear the laughingstock when you miss the shot. You could fall short when you've given it all you've got. I'll take the bumps and lumps, thank you, just the same. At least I'm out there giving my best in the game. Speaking up when others want you just to be quiet, even when standing up to a row of rowdies ready to riot. Even when it appears you stand up lonely and alone, even when it elicits that embarrassing collective groan. Even if others choose to avoid or shun or destroy or degrade, even when you know it will be your own bed you will have made. When the pain and secrets are swept under the carpet, even at home, when the corrupt or unconscious don't see what you have shown. Speaking up, it's what must be done, if just to keep one sane. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess, I'm in the game. In the game. Nothing to pull back from, and shame if we ever do hold back, perhaps. We are the ones to blame. Freedom of speech, freedom for all. Embrace at your will. There will be an inner voice, eternally and small and still. We can be faithful, if not to our own gut or heart. Then perhaps this nudge and take a stand firmly, truthfully, honestly, unwilling to budge, not in defiance to others' opinions, which will always have a place, but in alignment with the foundation in unity born of grace. We can take the slings and arrows and cheers and jeers. We are all the same if you join on that field, giving our best in the game. Rest in peace, Jay.
Thank you. Final call for Michael Brando and Daniel Sullivan. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone, and we will start with our first caller.
Hello, this is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator. I would like to share excerpts from a recent editorial by Paul Larkin and Dr. Bertha Madras, a professor of psychobiology at Harvard Medical School. Dr. Madras also is a well-respected advisor on the effects of drug policy. To combat drug addiction, they recommend efforts that reduce and delegitimize drug use. The county's policies toward the marijuana industry fall short, since marijuana businesses are allowed to sell dangerously high-potency products and flavors and packaging that belie the potential harm, while also being allowed to advertise widely in ways that capture the attention of youth. The authors advocate for programs with measurable outcomes to disrupt the pipeline to addiction and to cease preventable premature deaths and mental health decline. Surveys show that among high school seniors, 13% use marijuana daily, despite heightened risks for addiction and psychosis. The daily use of marijuana and regular use of hallucinogens among 19 to 30-year-olds reached record levels in 2023, fueled by myths about safety or medical efficacy. About a quarter of marijuana users have cannabis use disorder. Finally, the writers urge that we must recognize that minority communities are hurt, not helped by liberalizing drug use, because it can worsen the conditions in already suffering neighborhoods. Thank you for your consideration of this important issue.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. So I'm just calling because we need to have a serious conversation about what's going on here. Between items 9 and 13 today, it's pretty obvious that Joel Anderson and especially Jim Desmond are getting cocky, and they think that if they promote a bunch of right-wing pet issues like ending the sanctuary law or banning homeless encampments, then they think, oh, this will motivate people going into the midterms. Well, for one thing, I think it will motivate people, but in the opposite direction that they want. It'll motivate our side, not their side. But second, if anything, this kind of drives the point home of why it's important that Democrats keep the majority on this board. There is an important special election for District 1 coming up, and it's important that the people of District 1 get out and vote to maintain the Democratic majority, because based on items like what we've seen today, it's just a reminder of why we don't want people like Jim Desmond having the majority. And frankly, we don't want people like Jim Desmond in federal government either. I know he wants to run for Congress against Mike Levin. No. I'm just going to say it. As a constituent in his supervisor district, no. We don't. He already virtue signals and grandstands enough in cable news appearances on Fox News, Newsmax, and then wherever else he likes to go, Fox Business. We don't need him in the halls of Congress, please. We really don't need that. So just a reminder to the constituents. One.
Thank you. I'll now hear from the next caller.
Hey, Truth, remember when Jim lied and said the first Netwig Barkley horse that died of natural causes? Here's more email proof that the county knew that wasn't true. Quote, sent March 30th, 2023 from Joy V. Ollinger to DAS's Kelly Campbell and Carl Smith and Officer Talia Padilla. Subject, horses rescued. Hi, Kelly, there were no horses rescued by DAS from the property. Officer Galvin notes, arrived at 7612 Artesian Road. Horse Chiati was recumbent in thick mud and very lethargic and weak. Animal appeared thin with withered spine, ribs, and hips visibly protruding, as well as potentially overgrown teeth. Dr. Robin Perry said that he did not notice anything concerning with any of the animals. Officer Viasuso notes, reporter states that there are 40 to 50 horses on property and believes this has turned into a hoarding situation. There is no shelter from the elements for the 30 horses that are out in pasture. Dr. Perry said 2 euthanasia planned, and there are other horses she will euthanize. They will remove the horse that died yesterday, but cannot haul out the remains of more than 3 horses. Humane's dispatch manager said they have been getting calls and emails all day on these horses needing rescue. Thanks, Joy. Sent April 7th, 2023, from Carl Smith to Jeff Collins, Kathleen Flannery, Chuck Westerhide, Kelly Campbell, Officer Talia Padilla, Officer Lavelle Jackson, and veterinarian Kathy Hamilton. Team, I received the following information from Lieutenant Padilla. Hundreds of tags were left behind so Dr. Terry and Deborah can tag the thoroughbreds. This will help easily identify those that Deborah should be willing to get rid of. Horses that are urgent have been moved to the barn to ensure treatment. Nothing that Lieutenant Padilla observed would support seizing. Thanks, Assistant Director Carl Smith, end quote. DAS needs to be dismantled and restructured with actual animal professionals, not these know-nothing county crash dummies who take animals down with them. Quit making excuses and rescue the horses. Enough of the childish behavior from some of the people that call in, like we just heard, and some of you on this board. You guys need to grow up. Quick. We don't have time or money to waste on this anymore.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this afternoon. We'll now move on to hearing from those that requested to speak on the closed session matters. Those are items 16 on today's general legislative agenda. The closed session agenda includes 2 matters, again, that are listed under item 16. We have 6 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note we did not receive any comments. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 16 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite Audra, Consuelo, and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes, allegedly, Audra, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Okay, since we don't have the data, I will take this opportunity to say, I must point out.
Can you please state your name?
Consuelo. I must point out, continuing to use children as an insult to describe adults behaving like idiots is pretty idiotic, not to mention a lie. Perhaps they might want to refer to a thesaurus to better, have more words. So yeah, that's pretty much what I want to say about that. So yeah, enough with describing these adults on the dais unacceptable behavior. And just children are friggin' the best. And it sucks that they're inheriting this junk brought to us by nasty, slimy, stinky adults. They should never be used as an insult to describe nasty, slimy, stinky adults. Got it? Good.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, so about anticipated litigation. First of all, the people that have loved ones who have been killed by illegal immigrants, and I held some papers up before for Jim to see, for everyone to see. There were literally police that were shot. There were children that were raped. There are people that have been killed and murdered, and there are children that have been sex trafficked, and all because you guys are literally just leaving the borders open and not even guarding it. I can't believe that you didn't understand what Jim was saying about L2 and the sanctuary city policies. That's just, you're lucky it's not someone from my family, because I absolutely would sue the hell out of you if anybody I knew had died because of illegal immigration that you guys literally aided and abetted over the border. And also, your entire agenda, your fiscal year second quarter operational plan is all Agenda 21. Oh, and I'm really tired of hearing people say, we need cheaper housing. We don't need cheaper housing. We need people to make a lot more money. And if you were to look at a graph, like I was showing you guys earlier, of the wealth distribution, it was completely different, with a lot less people in poverty and a lot higher hump for the entire middle class, much higher. That's what we need, for people to be able to afford housing, not to make landlords suffer for trying to keep up, like you guys do all the time, making $200,000 a year.
Next speaker, please.
My purchaser uses the name Audra. Tara, I am surprised you love data and there's not data in this item. I'm surprised that you're not like, we need more data. Data, 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 data. And it was very smart of you to abstain on that vote, right? So calculated to make sure Jim's item couldn't come back. That was good, right? Poor Jim. I mean, maybe you need to start doing that kind of stuff. Abstain, you know what I mean? Shove them into that corner. Get them back where they belong. Who knows? It would be cool if there was data, though, Claudia. I mean, right? Because then we could be on topic and, you know, really speak to the items. But why would you want to put stuff in there? So then I could just, like, speculate what this could be entailing. Like things Mark was saying, right? Could be the, you know, fact that you guys are, you know, going after the homeless. It could be the fact that you've been wasting our money. It could be so many things. Anybody want to throw something out? Andrew, Jigbany? No speculation, because you know what it's about, right? You have the data. You just don't want to share it with the people on the agenda, right? Are you going to email me later and tell me a little bit about that? That would be cool. But then it would be hidden from the people. And it's so important to be transparent. That's exactly why you guys aren't. Then people would know exactly what you guys are up to. Huh, Claudia? Maybe it's a, you know, something against you. Could be, right? For lying to the people that you're supposed to be, like, working for. Do you want them to go to jail? Is that why you're doing it? Or do you want to go to jail? It's not as bad as you think. I mean, you get shelter, you know, you get some crappy food, probably some sewer water. It's good, you'll love it. You're going to really like it.
Now hear from the individual that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with the first caller.
Yeah, I'll be brief. It is unfortunate that the case summary is not readily and freely available, and that the board letter is typed manually, not readily copied from the board letter. I think that this is a disservice to both you and us. A case summary could get some good ideas from us going. And if the board letter were typed manually, it would be easier to read and perhaps copy into our documents. Good luck to you not arguing in the closed session like you did with Jim today. I mean, that was really, really embarrassing. I mean, it's like you're calling us kids and then you behave like a total kid. I mean, I hope you never do that again. You need to control yourself, or maybe you should be the first one expelled, the first board officer expelled for, for being obnoxious. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on the closed session matters.
Okay, thank you. So we now proceed with our adjournments in memory. Today's adjournment will be presented by Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp in memory of Leon Williams.
Thank you so much. I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of a remarkable individual, Leon L. Williams, who passed away recently at the age of 102. As I read this adjournment, please turn your attention to the slideshow we have prepared in honor of Mr. Williams. Leon Williams was born on an Oklahoma farm on July 21st, 1922, as the oldest of 15 children. In 1941, Leon moved to San Diego to serve in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Despite facing blatant racial discrimination upon his arrival, Leon remained undeterred in his pursuit, and instead he became a visionary and a steadfast advocate for equality in San Diego County. In 1947, he became the first Black homeowner in the Golden Hill neighborhood, challenging the prevailing whites-only restrictions of the time. Leon's launch into public service began in 1969 when he was elected as San Diego's first Black city council member representing the 4th Council District. His tenure was marked by a commitment to inclusivity and community development, and he quickly became notable for his care for the residents of the region. As a council member, Leon played a pivotal role in the creation of the Southeastern Economic Development Corporation and the Center City Development Corporation, both instrumental in revitalizing downtown and southeastern neighborhoods by reinvesting tax revenues. In 1982, Leon broke another barrier by becoming the first Black member of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors. His leadership extended beyond the county as president of the California State Association of Counties in 1993, and he also was a National Association of Counties board member. Leon was a lover of San Diego, becoming a constant advocate for seeing communities thrive. His support for the younger generation was always tangible, and in 1999, Leon established a scholarship fund at the San Diego Foundation to support local Black students who attend a 4-year university and pursue a career in health or healthcare. Throughout his career, Leon also championed public transportation, chairing the Metropolitan Transit Development Board for 13 years. He firmly believed in enhancing mobility and connectivity for residents across the county, and his efforts were instrumental in developing the San Diego State University trolley system, even at the age of 80. Beyond infrastructure, Leon was a staunch advocate for human rights. He initiated the local hate crimes registry and founded the county's first Human Relations Commission. In 2020, this commission was renamed the Leon L. Williams San Diego County Human Relations Commission, reflecting his enduring commitment to promoting positive human relations and respect for all individuals. Leon's legacy is also etched into the very streets of our city. In 2017, the 3,000 block of East Street, where he purchased his home in 1947, was renamed Leon Williams Drive, honoring his contributions and the barriers he broke in housing equality. Even in his later years, Leon continued to inspire. At the age of 98, he published his memoir, Together We Can Do More, the Leon Williams story, chronicling his journey and the lessons learned along the way. His life serves as a testament to resilience, courage, and an unwavering belief in the power of community. In 2022, the County of San Diego honored Leon with a Lifetime Achievement Award for his lifelong dedication to public service and social justice. Among his most prideful achievements was the love he demonstrated for his family, especially his children. He had an impeccable sense of style, always dressed sharply, often complete with a signature fedora. Staying active was important to him, and he enjoyed riding his bicycle around the neighborhood. In his later years, he often took walks around Balboa Park. Leon prioritized his health, maintaining a largely vegetarian diet, though he had a particular love for seafood and especially loved the crab cakes at Humphreys on Shelter Island. Leon's love for his community was honest, passionate, and caring. He will be sorely missed by friends, family, and the community. Leon Williams is survived by his sister and 3 brothers. He leaves behind a large and loving family, including 10 children and many grandchildren, great-grandchildren, nieces, and nephews. He was preceded in death by his beloved wife, Margaret Jackson Williams, who passed away in 2016. We extend our deepest sympathy and condolences to Leon Williams' family. Thank you.
Monica, do you want to try to get the slideshow to work, or what?
It was just one slide.
It's just one slide. Okay, great.
Apologies, I said that. It was the one. We're going to do more for it.
Okay, great. I wanted to make sure okay, sounds good. Okay, so let me ask my colleagues your preference. We have a time certain item for about half an hour from now. We can either have a short break and go to the restroom or whatever you need, or we can scurry as fast as we can to closed session and try to get that done. So, Jim, closed session, Monica, closed session. Okay, we got a closed session, a consensus for closed session. Thank you. We will adjourn to closed session.
The board will now recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 16 on today's general legislative session agenda. If there are any reportable actions, they will be reported out during the land use legislative session of this meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, March 12th, 2025. The board will reconvene at 5 p.m. tonight for item 14.
Thank you all. Good to see so many folks here this evening for this item. We are now resuming with discussion item 14. This is fiscal year 2024-2025, second quarter operational plan status report and budget adjustment. I know we have a presentation from the team. I think we are covering a number of items. Ebony, am I correct? My understanding is there's the fiscal outlook for the budget. There's also an update around the quarterly budget in particular and any adjustments that are being requested. And there's also an update on federal issues. Is this correct? Okay. Fantastic. Okay, great. I will turn it over to the team.
Thank you. I'll kick things off.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and good afternoon, evening, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer and members of the board. Today, Amy Thompson, our Executive Finance Director for the Health and Human Services Agency, will be highlighting the current economic conditions of our region, including economic indicators that directly impact our communities and our financial position as an organization. The county's fiscal performance for quarter two, which gives a glimpse into the projected year-end operating results, and the updated financial outlook for the county. The presentation will also include Matthew Parr, the Director of Economic Development and Government Affairs, who will be giving an overview of how potential changes in federal policy and the state budget outlook could impact our operations and resources. It's important to understand that the financial health of our county affects many aspects of daily life, from public services to community development, and the decisions that we make now will shape the resources and services available to all of us in the future. This presentation will provide a look at the larger context around our budget planning process, where we consider community priorities, challenges, and opportunities. You'll hear today that this year's budgeting process will be more challenging than in previous budget cycles. And why is that? That's because the county's not immune to the rising costs we all feel, and we're especially impacted by uncertainty surrounding rapidly changing federal policies, among other factors. To release a balanced budget, we'll have to make tough decisions now, choices that will result in changes to our level of services, and cuts to existing contracts. But we do not see this as just about balancing numbers. It's about making tough choices today to ensure that the county can continue to invest in the future for our communities. I see today's presentation as the kickoff of our budget season. This is the last economic update and budget performance presentation the board will receive prior to the release of the CAO's recommended operational plan on May 1st. So our team will be diving in and providing you and the public with key considerations about how we're approaching this budget season. So with that as the backdrop for this conversation, Amy, please take it away.
Thank you, Ebony. So I'll begin the presentation with some regional economic updates. This chart shows 3 key interest rate indicators in the U.S. economy. Interest rates are an important indicator as they influence borrowing costs, spending decisions, and investment, ultimately impacting economic growth, inflation, and employment. The blue line here represents the 30-year fixed mortgage rate based on Freddie Mac's market survey, which is now at 6.9%. The gray line tracks the 10-year U.S. Treasury rate, while the orange line shows the federal funds rate. At their January meeting, the Federal Reserve held the Fed funds rate unchanged at 4.25% through 4.5%, ending a streak of rate cuts. Unexpected weakening in the labor market or inflation would cause the Fed to consider easing rates. As indicated, interest rates continue to remain elevated across all measures. Long-term yields have trended upward, reflecting stronger economic growth and expectations for inflation. For local residents, elevated interest rates are significant barriers to home ownership and other consumer financing needs. Turning to inflation, the chart on this slide shows trends reported by the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. The orange line represents the total U.S. CPI, while the blue line is only San Diego. While inflation continues to moderate from previous highs, it remains above the Federal Reserve's 2% target. As of January, the U.S. CPI increased 3% year over year. The San Diego region stands at 3.8%. Despite the moderation, inflation continues to be elevated and impacts costs and spending of the region's residents, with cumulative interest rates remaining historically high. Sales tax is a key source of revenue for the county. Here we see sales tax growth for the San Diego region in the blue line and California in the orange line. As shown, sales tax growth has slowed down considerably compared to the significant increase during the pandemic. Focusing on the San Diego region in the current fiscal year, the growth rate we provided during the first quarter economic update to the board was estimated at 1.2%. Updated projections now show a drop in growth this year to about a negative 1%, caused in part by higher business operating costs due to inflation and other factors. As costs for businesses rise, so do prices, and consumers buy less as a result. This means less sales tax earnings for the county. Another contributing factor may be some reluctance of consumers to spend on big-ticket items amidst uncertainty about whether interest rates may drop later in 2025. We have felt the slowing of sales tax growth most acutely in Health and Human Services Agency's realignment revenue, but our public safety departments also rely heavily on sales tax and are impacted. These impacts are being considered in the budget for the coming year and ongoing long-term planning activities. With that, I'll now turn to the county's second quarter results. As of the second quarter, the county is projecting to end the year with a balance in all funds totaling $75.7 million. As shown in the table on the left, the projected year-end results for the general fund is $31 million, or just 0.4% of the general fund budget. Since this is a snapshot in time as of December 31st, we will closely monitor fund balance for the remaining months of the current fiscal year. Because these are projections, any fund balance expected from operating results wouldn't be available in this current fiscal year and is planned to be used in the coming year's budget towards restoration of the general fund reserve to the minimum requirement. The chart on the right shows the anticipated sources of the $31 million general fund balance. The largest drivers include FEMA revenue received for prior year local health emergency response expenditures in the Health and Human Services Agency, appropriation for contingency that likely won't be spent, shown under Finance Other, and higher than expected general purpose revenue from a one-time correction by the state of prior year sales tax revenues, better than budgeted growth and assessed value of property in the region. We projected 4.6% assessed value growth in our budget for this year, and actual growth was about 5.5%. These improvements are partially offset by lower than anticipated interest earnings on the county's cash balance, which is lower than projected due to a decrease in cash balances from the use of our ARPA, or American Rescue Plan Act funds. I will also note that there is a recommendation for $26.3 million of general purpose revenue to be appropriated in the public safety group for increased operational costs, specifically $24.5 million in the sheriff's office and $1.8 million in the public defender's department. That amount is already included in the net $6 million increase shown on the slide. In both departments, it is becoming increasingly difficult to absorb annual expenditure growth in operations. The Sheriff's Office has seen a significant year-over-year increases over the past several years in areas such as medical and mental health care for the incarcerated, public liability costs, facilities management costs, forensic evaluations, and property insurance. While these costs had previously been absorbed through savings from vacancies and salaries and benefits, the costs have been escalating for several years while vacancy rates have declined and can no longer be absorbed within appropriations. The public defender has also seen increases in costs related to complex mental health evaluations and facilities management. These recommendations are a one-time bridge of current year structural issues, and an ongoing solution will need to be included in the upcoming fiscal year 2025-26 budget. Before moving on, I'll mention that a large portion of the second quarter of results is in the non-general funds, which are $44.7 million of projected year-end fund balance, or 1.4% of the budget, most of which is in the land use and environment group and primarily a result of amounts that will be rebudgeted in the road fund. Positive variances are offset by a negative variance of $10 million in the internal service funds, most of which is attributed to public liability costs, including payments for judgments and settlements for detention facility claims, and is linked to rising costs in the sheriff's office, which I just mentioned. With this update on budget performance, I'd also like to turn to the outlook for the county's upcoming budget for fiscal year 25-26. Guided by our mission, vision, and organizational values, the annual budget provides a funding plan for the wide variety of services the county provides to the region. This slide summarizes county services in two general areas: services provided regionally and services provided to the unincorporated area. I would like to note that there are some services that the county must provide by law, otherwise known as mandated. In these areas, the county acts as the local agent for federal or state mandated services to local communities, including things like providing social services, health programs, including behavioral health services, foster care, adult protective services, and child support services. Funding is provided to the county from the federal and state levels for these programs and must be used as mandated, often requiring the county to contribute local resources. Turning our attention back to this slide, under the blue bar are an array of regional services to keep people safe and healthy, including emergency services, criminal prosecution and defense, detention facilities, social services assistance, food and restaurant inspections, beach water monitoring, and elections, to name a few. These are supported by federal, state, and local funds, and some of these are mandated services. The second group under the green bar includes the county's role as municipal government of the communities in the unincorporated area. That is, areas that don't have a city government. The unincorporated area is shown in green in the map of the county on this slide. Here, the county is responsible for the day-to-day services and programs commonly provided by cities, including law enforcement, road maintenance, building permits, animal shelters and protection, parks, and libraries. Some of the region's cities contract with the county to provide some of these services on their behalf. A large portion of the funding for these services are discretionary general purpose revenues and fees, though some services still rely on federal and state funding. The next slide will look a bit more closely at the county's overall funding sources in the budget. Here we see a chart of the current year's budget that breaks down where the county's funding comes from. The green areas show $4.1 billion of revenue received from other governments, the vast majority from the state and feds. This is almost 50% of the county's total funding in the budget. Nearly half of the funds available depend on the federal and state government to enable the county to provide services locally. Because of this, policy and funding changes at the federal and state levels can greatly impact the way county does business. That is important context as we now face federal and state uncertainties. To tell us more, I'd like to turn things over to Matthew Parr, the county's Director of Economic Development and Government Affairs.
Thank you, Amy. With the arrival of a new presidential administration, we are entering a pivotal period of transition and uncertainty. The Office of Economic Development and Government Affairs continues to monitor actions at the federal level to determine potential impacts to the county. To understand the potential impacts of the federal actions on county government, EDGA and the Chief Financial Officer coordinated with the group finance directors to identify federal programs and revenue sources at risk of cuts or reductions due to potential changes in federal policy. The results of that effort were detailed in a memo to your board on February 10th. In the weeks since that time, many of the federal actions announced by the new presidential administration have been paused or halted as they are reviewed within the justice system. Since the release of the February 10th memo, much has changed. Given the pace of the federal actions, the potential impacts to the county are changing rapidly, sometimes even daily. We'll bring forward a new memo with potential impacts when there is new information to share. There are currently two significant debates happening in Washington, D.C. that we are tracking closely. One is the new presidential administration and congressional leaders' efforts on budget reconciliation. The House of Representatives and U.S. Senate have each passed the first step in the budget reconciliation process. While the House and Senate are both tackling budget reconciliation differently, both proposals seek to fund the new presidential administration's priorities through potential cuts to federal revenue streams the county relies upon to serve our most vulnerable residents. Most notably under health services, such as food assistance through SNAP, also known as CalFresh, critical support for families through TANF, also known as CalWorks, and Medicaid, known in California as Medi-Cal. Any reduction in Medicaid funding would be significant for both the county and the state, as nearly all of our Medicaid funding flows through the state of California. While it is challenging to predict what the potential reductions may be, especially as proposals out of Washington are constantly changing and evolving, it is fair to say that a significant portion of the $580 million in federal Medicaid funds in the county's budget could be at risk. In addition, congressional leaders are also seeking to extend the current continuing resolution that funds the federal government through March 14. If a CR, also known as a continuing resolution, to fund the federal government isn't passed by Friday, there is risk of a federal government shutdown, which may also impact federal funding the county relies on to serve our residents. Just in the last hour, the House passed the CR, and now attention will be on the U.S. Senate, which plans to vote on the CR on Friday. Budget reconciliation, the federal budget, along with the other policy changes occurring at the federal level, may have an impact on our approach to budgeting in the years ahead. Let's now turn to the state budget. The county receives about 30% of its funding from the state. Governor Gavin Newsom's proposed budget for California's 2025-26 fiscal year totals $322.3 billion, marking a balanced budget after 2 years of deficits, which relies on about $11 billion in spending-related solutions and $15 billion in all other solutions, including $5.5 billion in temporary revenue increases and a $7 billion withdrawal from the state's rainy day fund. We're also monitoring impacts at the state level for potential impacts that may impact the county budget. Just before the release of the governor's proposed budget, a series of destructive wildfires ignited in Los Angeles County. Since these fires erupted, the state's response and recovery have become a focal point for the governor and state legislators and figures to alter the state's proposed budget in a significant way. Unanticipated funding will be needed for Los Angeles County to recover and rebuild, and for jurisdictions across the state to better prepare for the threat of wildfires. The state budget is also impacted by the uncertainty at the federal level. Because federal funding to the state is directed to the county for some programs, impacts to the state's federal revenue will also be felt locally. Despite softness in the state's labor market and consumer spending, earnings of high-income Californians have surged in recent months. Income tax collections have seen a similar bounce. Although revenues are running ahead of Budget Act assumptions, those improvements are roughly offset by spending increases across the state's budget. On net, the Legislative Analyst's Office assessment finds the state has a comparatively small deficit of $2 billion and suggests that revenues are unlikely to grow fast enough to catch up to an atypically high spending growth. While the state's budget is currently fair for the upcoming year, the Legislative Analyst's Office outlook suggests that the state faces double-digit operating deficits in the years to come. While these out-year estimates are highly uncertain, there is an indication that the legislature might need to address deficits in the future. We will continue to monitor the state budget as it moves forward. And with that, I'll pass the presentation back to Amy.
Thank you, Matthew. As we move forward with budget development, we are making steady progress towards achieving a balanced budget proposal for the board's consideration. The county has always maintained a balanced budget as required by state law. Achieving that balance in the current environment continues to be especially challenging for a number of reasons. While some key funding sources for the county are growing, this is just not keeping pace with the cost of doing business. We must and we will continue to provide services that are mandated. However, long-term financial planning projects a $138.5 million gap between funding requests and what we can afford in the coming year. I'll dive into that more in the next slide. We've already discussed some of the one-time funding recommended to the board today to address areas where costs are outpacing budgeted funding this year. The challenge for next year will be to find resources to ensure a balanced budget that is sustainable. Unlike the federal government, the county can't plan to spend more than we take in. With these pressures in mind, the coming year's budget challenge is how to align spending plans with available resources while continuing to respond to the region's needs in the face of many uncertainties. Let's turn to that on the next slide. This slide shows the results of the county's 5-year projections presented in December. As you'll recall, we were projecting a $138.5 million gap between funding requests to cover cost increases for existing programs and for new requests, shown on the top black line on the slide, and projected revenue, shown at the bottom, growing to $321.8 million by fiscal year 29-30. While general purpose revenue is increasing, so is the cost of doing business for county departments and funding requests to support operations. So I'd like to talk a bit more about this projection. This is a snapshot of where we were in December, and we are actively monitoring updates to projected revenues and costs to inform our upcoming budget plan. While there have been some improvements to the county's general purpose revenue, there's a known gap in the current year's budget caused by slowing sales tax revenue, which has only continued to worsen with impacts felt most acutely in the Health and Human Services Agency, or HHSA. The balance of HHSA's one-time realignment, that is funding based on sales tax, was budgeted as a bridge in the current fiscal year, but this leaves an ongoing challenge for future years. Bridge funding was also used in areas outside of HHSA to help close certain gaps in fiscal year 24-25. Slowing sales tax revenues will also impact the public safety group. On the expenditure side, other issues have been identified in the current year, primarily in the public safety group, due to increased operational costs in the Sheriff's Office and the Public Defender's Office. While these costs are being addressed in the current year with today's recommendations for additional appropriations supported by over-realized general purpose revenue, these cost increases will need to be addressed with ongoing funding in the coming year's budget. Other departments are also experiencing escalating operational costs, which, while not seen in the current fiscal year, will be felt next year and years after. The previous slide presented a $138.5 million projected gap between requests for ongoing funding and projected revenue. Important to note is that projection did not include one-time requests, which total $2.5 billion over 5 years, as shown on the current slide. Cost requests related to construction and maintenance of facilities are reflected in blue on this chart, and the green area reflects costs for things like IT upgrades, as well as investments in affordable housing, sustainability, and public safety. So now that we've talked about ongoing requests and one-time requests, as well as revenue challenges, I'll turn now to the hard work being done to develop a balanced budget proposal. Our goal in annual budget development is to maintain mandated services and balance the budget structurally. This means the county team has been continuously crunching the numbers and looking for efficiencies in our operations, while also making some tough decisions that will reduce costs in the face of slowed funding. As I mentioned, the county's long-term financial planning projects a $138.5 million ongoing funding gap in fiscal year 25-26. For context and clarity, the projected gap reflects funding shortfalls and escalating costs for existing programs, as well as new requests for programs and services without current funding, compared to the county's available ongoing resources. Difficult decisions are needed to identify efficiencies, savings, prioritize core programs and services, and other strategies to support increased costs for required existing programs, and to consider funding for new requests, some of which may not go forward. So this slide shows the various strategies the county team is working through to achieve a balanced budget recommendation for the board's consideration to close the projected gap in fiscal year 25-26. Mandated programs must and will be maintained and will continue to be prioritized. This means we have been looking closely at all discretionary programs to evaluate where we need to reallocate resources to ensure mandated programs are appropriately funded. It also means giving priority to filling vacancies that are most critical to our core mandated service delivery. We will continue the work we do every year to identify ways to streamline operations across all groups, including restructuring where that makes sense. We have already started this work in certain areas, including merging the 3 offices from the Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities with other HHSA departments to better align service delivery. This work will continue over the long term as we look at the overall structure of the county and its service delivery model to evaluate its effectiveness in providing the right services for our communities. And as mentioned, the gap is also being driven by new requests that can be delayed or suspended. Some of these areas include various IT upgrades, non-critical major maintenance projects, and requested expansions to support sustainability and affordable housing efforts. There will also be deferrals of requests for new staffing across all groups. In some areas, this will mean as demand increases for programs like food and cash assistance, we will expect to see service levels closer to statewide requirements as we currently perform far better than required across multiple program areas. We also recognize the importance of maintaining our services to the best of our ability during uncertain times. We will continue to bridge fund core areas while we implement long-term solutions. This will be especially important for HHSA programs supported by realignment revenue as it recovers, and as we think forward to the end of American Rescue Plan Act dollars in fiscal year 26-27 that are currently supporting homeless sheltering services. In alignment with board policy, we will also continue to pursue full cost recovery of services provided to outside agencies and individuals through our annual fee packages, as well as reevaluating fee waivers. And of course, we always seek out ways to maximize alternative funding sources. The county team does an incredible job of pursuing funding and grant opportunities. While discretionary revenue and resources are definitely constrained going into next year, there will be increases in the recommended operational plan reflecting outside dollars that are being pulled in, especially to continue work in building out the behavioral health continuum of care. Per Matthew's earlier comments, though, there is inherent risk with some of this funding given the uncertainty at the federal level. And lastly, general purpose revenue projections mentioned earlier in the presentation would provide ongoing funding to support ongoing growth in critical programs and for a very limited number of new requests, which will be included in the recommended budget proposal. The county team is proposing multiple strategies to address expenditure growth and ensure a structurally balanced budget over the long term. And these strategies will need to continue into future budget planning cycles. While we continue to monitor and refine projections, we are also beginning to prepare for these impacts in the current year. The core aspect of building the budget is hearing from the public about their priorities. It is crucial that we hear from and collaborate with the community as we move forward in shaping the upcoming fiscal year 2025-27 operational plan. I'd like to take the next few moments to highlight the many ways for the public to provide input and make sure their voice is part of the process. We have launched a communication preference survey and priorities tool on the county's digital engagement website that provides people with feedback opportunities on how they want to receive information about the budget and the priorities for the coming year. Also starting this month, we will be reaching residents where they are at through pop-ups at various locations within the county to share information about the budget. And next month, we will have an informational community open house. On May 1st, the CAO recommended operational plan will be released to the public on the county's budget website, where the community can also provide comments about the recommended budget. A community open house and virtual meeting will also take place in May. The board's public hearings on the recommended budget will be on June 3rd and June 9th. On June 12th, the revised budget will be released to the public. And finally, on June 24th, the budget will be presented to the board for deliberation and adoption. I will now turn the presentation back to Ebony to discuss the road ahead.
Thank you, Amy. As we look ahead to the coming year, we are fully aware of the changing economic landscape, including the new federal administration. One of the key challenges we face, as you heard, is slowing revenue growth, which is concerning given the pace at which our expenditures are expected to rise. We've already started the hard work of planning to ensure our budget is structurally balanced in the years ahead. This includes acting now to reduce costs, streamline services, and increase efficiencies. The county team has been hard at work reviewing all of the programs and services that the county provides to ensure that the county continues to meet its mandates while providing services that meet the needs specific to San Diego County. And let me be clear, the actions we need to take are not going to be easy. Various services across the county will be impacted, and some of the services and programs we're providing will change. This includes contracted service reductions and service level changes in various places throughout our service delivery model. Our goal is to not only provide the services that we've been mandated to, but to meet the needs of the region and position the county for long-term financial sustainability with an intentional management of risk so that we can continue to deliver essential services to the public. Before wrapping up, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible staff across our organization who provide much needed services to our communities. They're not only addressing immediate community needs, but are also implementing innovative solutions to guide us into the future. At the heart of our work is our people. We're deeply committed to fostering a culture where our employees are empowered to be kind, be curious, be bold, and to do the right thing with heart. These are the behaviors that guide how we serve our residents, work together as a team, and approach challenges with creativity, compassion, and integrity. I'm honored to work alongside such a dedicated and passionate team, and I look forward to continuing our work together, not only across the organization, but in close partnership with our communities as well. Subject to your questions, that concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we turn to public comment, I'm going to give my colleagues opportunity to ask any questions, clarifying questions that they have. I had a couple, but if any of my colleagues had anything. Okay. This is just I just want to kind of summarize what I heard as some of the biggest top lines. One was a lot of the concerns about structural budget deficits in the state budget, our statewide California budget that we're looking for in future out years, and we don't really know what those are going to look like, but we see that they're coming, and that's a cause of concern, even though we don't have certainty about what that looks like. So I guess this is for Amy.
I would say you summarized that perfectly, Vice Chair. So we are seeing challenges, as you saw in our projected gaps with fiscal year 25-26, and that is before taking into consideration reductions in potential state funding due to those state structural challenges.
Okay, great. And I mean, that's not great, it's terrible, but just glad I'm understanding. And then the other piece, sort of two other pieces, is that sort of regardless of what's going on with the federal government or the state government, that we do have a projected structural budget shortfall. Will you just uplift again what that number is looking like in the next couple years?
Sure. Turn this back on. So we have, and if you want, we can bring the slide up on slide 13. It shows in 25-26 what we have been working very hard as an enterprise county team to try and solve is the gap of about $139 million projected in fiscal year 25-26. So we have a range of mitigations and solutions that we will be proposing to meet that gap, which will significantly reduce that ongoing gap in the out years. However, even with these mitigations that we'll be proposing for 25-26, there will need to be further mitigations in the second year as we confront, the end of American Rescue Plan Act dollars, as we confront escalating costs that we're seeing in the current Q2 projections that weren't fully captured in this projection here. So we will have further work to do in that second year and third year as well.
Just to follow up on that, and then I have one more thing. Proposing mitigations, what is a mitigation?
Sure. So on because that is a good question, and this was a long slide, so it's worth highlighting again. On slide 15, lists the ways we are looking at resolving the budget gap. So in my mind, when I talk about, mitigations, these are all kind of various forms of mitigations. So some of the examples, we have used, in which every year, budget gap or no budget gap, we're always looking to maximize outside funding. So that one in the bottom middle there, maximize alternative funding. That is something that our county team is great at.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
I mean, all these seem like we do this already, right? We look to streamline operations. I mean, not all of them, but what is new here that we wouldn't do otherwise?
Good question. So when we are prioritizing mandated services, part of that work means that we are really taking a tough look this year at areas where we are going above and beyond what is mandated, all important services, but aren't things that are strictly required by the federal or state government, or looking at areas where our service levels, our times to process applications far exceed state requirements. So we're going to have to look at areas that are discretionary and actually reduce those areas to reallocate resources to our mandated services. In better times, we can do more of those discretionary things, but this year we won't be able to do as many.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then my last question is back to Matthew. Just to kind of summarize what I thought I heard you say is about $1.3 billion of our budget comes from federal sources, and we don't know, but maybe some of that is at risk. It could be a lot, it could be nothing. We don't know, but it could be a lot, it could be little, as the situation evolves and as we know what the budget looks like in Washington. Is that correct? But there's really $1.3 billion that we're talking about.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Yes, that's correct, about $1.3 billion, and there's just a lot of uncertainty. So,
and what are the programs that funds?
Under the 1.3, I mean, the health services programs that I just kind of mentioned, like Medicaid, SNAP, and TANF, all of these types of programs.
So kind of our social safety net programs.
Those are the largest of them, yes, but there are others as well.
And again, we don't know. I completely understand. We definitely don't know. But you're following this sort of day to day, hour to hour. Are you hearing that are there budgets proposed that aim to cut like a bunch of money from federal spending that might suggest that we should be worried?
Yeah, I think that's partly why we're here today, sharing that uncertainty. There are proposals that are in Washington that do propose to cut some of those health services that we've mentioned. And, the specifics there are changing constantly, as you mentioned. And so, but yes, there are proposals out there.
Could you just tell us the contours of some of those, again, proposals that aren't yet enacted and may never be, but just so we have some sense of what is even being talked about in Washington?
Yes. If I look at specifically Medicaid, Medicaid is the largest funding source that we're looking at that could potentially have the most risk for us. About $580 million of county funding is federal Medicaid funding. That could potentially be at risk. The state of California has about $10 to $20 billion in Medicaid funding that could be at risk. And then, as I mentioned, a lot of the funding from Medicaid flows through the state down to the county. So just using Medicaid as an example, there's quite a bit of risk there.
And maybe this is not for you, maybe this would go to Ebony, but if you could kind of translate for us, like Medicaid, what are the county, I understand what the program does, but I mean, we're not just sending checks to people. So what is the sort of the operational implications if we lost either, TANF funding or SNAP or Medicaid?
I'll start, and then I'll allow Matthew and or Kim, Dr. Giardina, to weigh in. I mean, certainly we have a number of team members who are supporting our communities in self-sufficiency services, right? We were talking about operational impacts, who are helping to ensure that our community members have access to these really important benefit programs that, provide healthcare services to the community, behavioral health services, for example. So the operational impacts would be significant in terms of the impacts to our team members as well as to our community-based service providers who partner with us to ensure that we're able to deliver services to the community.
I see the community-based spend, and then on the operational side is our self-sufficiency services. Any other piece of the operations?
Any other key, behavioral health for sure would be the other second largest piece.
Behavioral health operations.
Yes, that's correct. So, for Medicaid, it is the health insurance program for low-income individuals and families. And so that would include impacts to what we can provide in terms of physical health and behavioral health services.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because I know we have a behavioral health plan. It's a little different than how we do physical health. Could you talk a little bit more how that would impact our behavioral health operations?
Yeah, so the county does function as the mental health plan for individuals with serious mental illness and substance use disorder. So we receive the Medi-Cal funding to provide those services for our community. So any changes to Medi-Cal, depending on how those changes are enacted, could impact who would be eligible to receive those programs and or the amount of funding that we have to operate those programs.
That I think I understood from Matthew's, but this is just to be really clear, what would be the operational impacts, right? We're not just like a pass-through, right? We're not just like sending checks to people. So what would be our operational impacts?
It could mean that we would have to change the types of services that we receive. It could impact staffing of who, how many staff we have to provide those services. It would impact the contracts that we have that many of our services are contracted out, and so we may have to modify or reduce those contracts.
Okay. Well, all of this is bad news. So anyway, don't shoot the messenger, but thank you for the presentation. So we will have time for conversations from my colleagues. If they don't have anything to say now, we can go to public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 32 requests to speak on this item, 25 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment that was neutral. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 14 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I will be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name and be patient as we get through the groups of callers. You'll have 1 minute to address the board since we have 15 or more speakers on this item. And I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record when you come to the podium. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 speakers, Crystal Irving, Heather Baston, and Casey Wass. If I've called your name, please come forward.
I'm going to call them again.
Crystal Irving, Heather Baston, and Casey Wass. I'm calling you in order of the slips that we received.
All right. Good evening. I am a proud SEIU Local 221 union member and county employee. I've worked at the county as a public health...
Can you please state your name?
Oh, Casey. Casey Wass. I apologize. I worked at the county as a public health nurse for the past 5.5 years. It is important we have a county budget and contract that invests in the workforce and communities that we serve. Briefly, as a public health nurse with the California Children's Services Program, I provide case management for children with disabilities. I coordinate care and ensure they receive the services, equipment, and supplies that they need for complex chronic illnesses. Many of my fellow colleagues are highly motivated lifelong learners who have either advanced their skills by obtaining advanced degrees, certifications, or even assuming roles as leads. As a master's prepared RN myself, I believe it is so important to recognize and encourage both continued education and the undertaking of increased responsibility via formal and informal leadership roles in the county with appropriate compensation. All of this in addition to base wage increases. This budget must support county employees and thus our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call 3 additional speakers, Veronica Hall, Krista DeBuchera, and Katrina McDonald. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Heather Baston. I'm a proud SEIU member and county employee. I have worked at adult case management for about 4 months, which has repeatedly been the average retention rate for my position. I am a certified peer support specialist, and I work with individuals in the community experiencing mental health conditions and/or substance use disorders. This position requires certification and continuing education requirements every 2 years to maintain. As a county, we are in the middle of a housing, mental health, and substance use crisis, and our clients rely on us. Retention in my role has been difficult, as has recruiting. Department-specific pay for workers like me who are in the field, going into people's homes, institutions, and shelters is necessary to retain these roles. When our workers are leaving for higher pay in fast food, we take away needed support from our community members. This is why we need a county budget and a contract that invests in the workforce and communities we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Kitcher McDonald. I'm an enthusiastic SEIU Local 221 union member and a county employee. I've worked at the county for 2 years in the Department of Purchasing and Contracting. As you guys may know, we handle all procurements for the county, from furniture to the inclement weather program that was used in the floods last year. It's a difficult job and one made harder with decreasing staff retention and harder workload. In my 2 years, I've seen 4 people leave, with 3 of them being in there less than a year. We need to be able to keep our staff to keep up with the day-to-day and changing priorities of the board. There's always more work and limited authorized overtime, causing us to flex the time to meet the deadlines. DPC needs the support of the board to continue to serve the county in the capacity that our residents deserve and that the board requires from us. I urge you to prioritize the workers who actually keep the county running with this budget and who are also members of our community so they are not priced out and can continue to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Hall. I am a proud member of SEIU, Local 221 Union member, and I'm a county employee. I have worked for Polinsky Children's Center a little under a year. We need the county budget and a contract that invests in the workforce and the communities we serve. I work to ensure the health and safety and well-being of children that have been separated from family and home due to a variety of traumatic experiences. The proposal that we have before you are all important tools and components necessary to better serve our communities and help address some of the many issues and challenges that we as employees face. We are all stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers: Iris Trammell, Sabri Estefan, and Avery Ware. Call your name, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Krista Deboucher. I work for the San Diego County at the Primary Public Defender's Office as an investigator. I'm asking you to support the Public Defender's Office in the upcoming budget. As an investigator, I support public defender attorneys in ensuring the constitutional rights of our citizenry is upheld in the criminal court process. Investigative work includes case analysis, locating and interviewing witnesses, writing statements, subpoenaing people and records for the court, testifying court, and other many duties. San Diegans are fortunate to live in the county, in our county, a county with a robust public defender, because living in a community with a strong public defender protects their rights. We are essential to public safety. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Iris Trammell. I am a human service specialist with the County of San Diego, and I am a beyond proud member of SEIU Local 221, and I'm also the treasurer. I'm coming before you because at my office, the mighty Metro office downtown, we work with some of the most vulnerable people, those homeless people that you see out there. And it is hard work. We have to navigate how they are when they come to us. And it's just really hard. And we, as human service specialists and all of our other people that make up a family resource center, we just really want to be compensated for our work.
Thank you. Time's up. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers. Zolma Beckfield Rodriguez, Robert Pitt, and Sonali Kumar. If I've called your name, please come forward.
My name's Avery Ware. I'm a adult protective services specialist out of the La Mesa office. And amidst dealing with the higher amount of cases that we have because of our aging population that we serve, the high cost of living is a bitter pill for workers in my program. And I hear this from people in my office, and I hear it from the dozens of other APS workers that I interact with around the county. There's understanding that last time, although our raises were higher than normal, inflation in many cases, in some cases, outran them. And the sense of shock about the high prices from a few years ago has turned into a sense of determination and frustration that is heavy.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Zolma Beckfield Rodriguez, and I'm a trial support specialist for the Primary Public Defender's Office, and I love what I do. My position's a newly created one as of 2023, and there are only 3 of us for the Primary Public Defender's Office and 1 for the Alternate Public Defender's Office. We handle hundreds of cases annually. As you may or may not know, the Public Defender's Office handles well over 90% of criminal cases in our court. My team's duties include, but are not limited to, tech support, evidence analysis, and creation of demonstratives, aka what you see in court. My work has led to dismissals, full acquittals, and reductions of sentencings, which is part of fostering a fair and equitable justice system. All trial supports were hired at the highest step, which was great at the time, but that has led to issues regarding retention. With increases of 20% in cases as of this year, things are only going to get worse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next
and
speaker,
I implore
please.
you to.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Sonali, and I've been in HSS for 2 years. The most striking thing to me is our turnover rate. My cohort had 16 of us start together in Escondido, and within a year, only 4 of us were left. The overall retention rate in San Diego is 56%. I know the county is struggling financially, and I think the best way to save is to invest in good workers. One thing that would make a huge difference is rewarding workers who know more than just one program, like more than just CalFresh. We spent 6 months training and had to take 3 difficult exams on 3 completely different programs. Meanwhile, we all started at $21 an hour. Many food service workers are also earning $21 an hour now, and they only train for a few weeks. If they make a mistake, it affects 1 meal. But if a caseworker makes a mistake, it could affect the whole family's meals, or it could stop them from getting the medical treatment they need. The stakes and responsibilities are higher, but the pay doesn't reflect it. I've heard conversations in the lunchroom about what verifications to use for students.
Thank you. Thank you. Time's up. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers. Susanna Heckman, Brian Lafferty, and Camilla Miller. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Robert Pitt. I'm a member of SAIU, if you couldn't tell, and I'm very happy to speak before you today. The unprecedented and extraordinary events that are happening at the federal government level, combined with the uncertainty that creates within our own state government, require exceptional leadership from this board. I've been able to provide services to the citizens of San Diego for more than 2 decades. During my employment, I've witnessed several times that different boards, not this board, but different boards, have utilized any hint of financial difficulty as an opportunity to balance the budget while also maintaining a massive budgetary reserve, but they did so on the backs of frontline county employees. These are unusual and challenging times, to be sure, but by implementing an effective collaboration, I believe the CAO, this entire board, and labor can negotiate a fair, equitable, and most importantly, livable contract for frontline employees. I look forward to the excellent results we will get.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Brian Lafferty, and I'm a legal support assistant 2 for the medical examiner. My coworkers include office assistants who handle calls from grieving relatives, investigators who travel all over the county to death scenes, deputy medical examiners that we have been lucky to recruit amid a nationwide shortage, and the forensic autopsy specialists who assist them with examinations. All of these people are underpaid compared to other counties according to the equity study. And keep in mind that nobody who comes to our office is having a good day because they have lost a loved one due to, at best, sudden and unexpected circumstances. I don't dispute that the budget outlook is grim. It is not, however, a valid reason to bounce the budget off the backs of county workers. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Susanna Heckman. I'm a paralegal at the Office of the Public Defender. It's wise to retain experienced support staff, including paralegals, because our work takes weight off the shoulders of overworked attorneys at the public defenders, which of course helps to retain attorneys. My job involves helping youthful offender prisoners from our county when they come up for parole. The DA's office always sends an attorney to oppose. They have a whole unit for that. On the other side, the client is represented at the hearing not by us, but by a low-paid private attorneys who contract with the state. We can still help the prisoners prepare, but we have no unit. A paralegal under the supervision of an attorney can help clients with mitigation, with plans, and sometimes even with just learning the vocabulary of questions they will be asked at the hearing. It's just one small example of how support staff contribute to the goal of equal justice. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call 3 additional speakers: Mark Gills, Salvador Arachiga, and Steve Way. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Camila Miller. I brought 18 years of professional experience as a mitigation specialist working capital and non-capital cases from out of state. I'm a proud member of the Public Defender's Office. We were dedicated to our clients. They face the harshest charges in our court system. And my ask for you today, I'm asking you to adjust our classification as mitigation specialists to be even with the investigator level 2 position. That is more appropriate. Investigators at level 1 can't even do mitigation interviews. And we do this psychosocial deep dive into our client's history. We dig up the trauma, we dig up intellectual disability and learning disability. We front load that mitigation for trial if there has to be a trial, and we assist the attorneys on our cases to fight for our clients' lives.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Gills. I'm an investigator from the Primary Public Defender's Office. I've been working at the Public Defender's Office for 6 years. I'm very passionate about indigent defense because I believe that everyone's entitled to exceptional legal representation regardless of your financial situation. When we represent our most vulnerable population in San Diego County, we protect everyone's civil liberties within the county. I've seen we are losing staff due to stagnating wages. We have intelligent and experienced staff that are leaving to go to private practice and work outside the county. Also, recent changes in legislature has increased our caseloads. Please do not forget about the public defender in your budget meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Buenas noches. My name is Salvador Arechiga. I have worked at the county for almost 7 years serving our community, currently as a senior public health nurse case manager for the California Children's Services Program. And I'm also a proud CAU 221 union member. It is my understanding that integrated with the strategic framework adopted by you, the board supervisors for the general management system, are the following values: integrity, equity, access, belonging, excellence, and sustainability. The value of belongings states, and I quote, "The county as a region and as an employer will foster a sense of belonging not only for the people we serve, but for the employees of the county who provide invaluable service daily." And it's for this reason that I'm here and before you to tell you we need a county contract that invests in the workforce, allows for the...
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call 3 additional speakers: James Ramirez, Ismael Robles, and Aline Bratton. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good evening. I'm Steve White. I work for the Department of Public Works. The County of San Diego was once the employer of choice, but not today. It's simply a revolving door. New employees are trained at great expense, gain experience, and leave for better opportunities, while those who stay face low morale, burnout, and heavy workloads. This crisis stems from the county's failure to offer competitive wages, benefits, and pensions. I stand with my SEIU 221 colleagues for equitable wages, benefits, so we can continue serving our residents with heart and uphold the county's motto. The county's own general management system prioritizes employee investment and satisfaction, recognizing they are key to effective public service. Leaders praise our dedication and commitment. From our Luge DCAO, "You are seen, you are valued, and you are making a difference." To our very own CAO, in a recent email, "You know you are supported and valued." Now is the time to turn those words into actions. SEIU has put forth.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is James Ramirez. I'm a medical examiner investigator. I've been with the county over 24 years as an investigator, and I've been an SEIU member the whole time. During my time here, the population has changed, the caseload has changed, but the numbers of our investigators has not changed. As a matter of fact, we're always short-staffed. That's due to the lack of pay, because we train highly qualified individuals with education, and after we train them, they go to another county that pays more. As an example, our supervisor left us and went to another county as a level 1 and is making the same amount of money. So that's causing us to have a hard time retaining staff. Right now, we're still short 4 investigators. We hired a bunch, and half of them left, or they didn't make it past probation. I think that we need a higher salary, higher qualifications, so that we can retain the staff and serve our public, because we are compassionate. We deal with the worst time of your life when your loved one's dead. We go to your house, we notify you, and I think we need that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, CAO, and County Council. My name is Ismael Robles. I bring 30 years of experience in the finance industry. I work in the Treasurer Tax Collector and the Financial Division for 18 months. You know, and like everyone is saying, we need a county budget and a contract that is going to invest in our workforce and also our communities. You know, I came to the county thinking that it was going to be different. I've noticed that there's a lot of employees that work overtime and have second jobs just to make ends meet. You know, and this needs to change. And the time is now. And I want to end with this quote from Maya Angelou. You know, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget what how you made them feel.
Thank you. So the next speaker is coming forward. I'll call the remaining speakers in favor: Dolores von Merbach, Consuelo, Mark, and Crystal Irving. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors and distinguished guests. Ms. Shelton, my name is Elaine Bratton, and I've been a county worker for nearly 26 years serving in public mental health. I'm also one of the newest departments to proudly join SEIU. I'm here to support not just my role as a program manager, a role that helps carry out county-operated programs throughout the Behavioral Health Services Department, but also to uplift a range of BHS staff that are field-based, going into homes, parks, alleys, institutions, hospital, jails, and other places to find and see our most vulnerable county neighbors. We need field-paced premiums to help recruit and retrain our skilled and caring staff. It's hard. Most of our positions are hard to recruit, and most of them have to start on step 5 in order to be recruited into our department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Dolores von Meerbach. I am a proud SEIU 221 member, and I have been serving the county in the Probation Department Reentry Unit for 4 years this month. I am one of 2 probation stewards in the department for non-sworn professional staff. In 2024, me personally, I linked over 50 clients to alcohol and drug treatment services. I saw through 7 residential treatment successes and 2 completed high-risk probation. That's a 2 or 3 year term. I can't quantify the number of deaths I prevented, though. According to the equity study, over 75% are paid below the national and state averages. 60% wish that they can qualify for the same benefits we provide for our clients. So we all work 2 jobs or live in Section 8 or reside in our cars. Please help us.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors and CAO Shelton. My name is Crystal Irving, and this evening we've heard 2 sides of where we are as a county today. We saw the presentation about the uncertainty and economic gloom, and you've also heard about the critical work that SEIU members do and their impact on our communities. In the coming months, you will have choices in the overall budget and our contract negotiations, and it would be easy to tamper our expectations and focus on making cuts and balancing funds. Or we can stand strong and show the county and nation that government services can work for the communities we serve, and they only work when the workforce is prioritized and invested in. We must ensure that this year's budget and the SEIU contract truly reflects the impact our members make and the value they bring to the County of San Diego each and every day. And let me just say, I am so proud to serve as president of SEIU Local 221, and I'm so proud of our members for using their voice in this platform. Thank you.
Just reminding folks, if we could please not clap. I would like to not disrupt the proceedings, but thank you. Okay, we still have some more comments, okay.
I'd like to invite forward the speaker in opposition, allegedly Audra. Also do a final call for the speakers in favor, Sabrije, A. Stefan, Consuelo, and Mark. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Hey, how you guys doing? You know, the union actually deleted all the information when they were protecting me during one of the budget negotiations. Was that part of the deal? MMA also had Cynthia choose the non-biased people. How do I know that? Because the people said things from a conversation that only Cynthia and I had. So the union does not have your back. You guys are just pawns and whoever is controlling the union. I hope you definitely recognize that. And at any given time that you speak up against the union, they're going to get rid of you. 100%. So by all means, continue pledging your loyalty to that evil organization. Because I'm not done yet. I hope you guys recognize that. I'm just getting started. And I'll discuss this whole budget thing.
Thank you. For the record, that speaker was Justin Castro. We'll now hear from the next caller.
So, 70 mil in the hole, a negative total county year-end estimated operating balance. Not sure what the year-end projections in your notes, Schedule AB, are so rosy. Your income sources will probably be giving you a lot less than you hoped for. Even after the adjustments, we'll still be in the hole. We need to trim programs and or cut costs, not just make budget adjustments. In today's financial climate, we need to deal with the real money or the lack thereof. We also need to start cooperating more with the federal government. But meanwhile, we need to stop crying to the feds to fix issues like the TJ River pollution, but to rely on our own good people and good ideas. Oh, and please don't.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo here. Yeah, it is so evident that the majority of the people in this room listening in, participating today, haven't a clue of how this local government and government works, period. The bottom line is that you guys are all being used. And the sooner you find that out, or the sooner you figure that out, the better for all of us, for not only our county, but our country, quite frankly. And also, as far as, please, totally defund Polinsky. You need to get rid of that disgusting pedo children trafficking center as soon as possible. It's disgusting. It's terrible what they do. And believe me, I got dirt on them. So you want to talk about Polinsky and funding them? You need to get rid of that disgusting place as soon as possible. Our poor children are paying the price of everybody just turning their heads and ignoring the obvious.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller.
It's my priority to cut the $600,000 a year for County Councilor Claudia, who supports unlawful censorship of public input. No to $185,000 a year for Tara's chief propagandist. The job description has a lot of fulfilling, inspiring, challenging talk, yet Tara has complained on the news about the stress in needing to surf. Please, everybody knows commies don't surf. Defund the neighborhood reinvestment and community enhancement programs since they are approved without public input and often fund extremist political organizations. Defund Tara's personal security. These cost us more than Nora did while showing up to fewer meetings. Lower the supervisors' salaries and benefits and defund the offices. No more personal coffee servers. Newscomes and youth supervisors spending solutions are why there's been 2 years of deficits when you all started with a budget surplus. And we know Tara wants a tax, added to the Sand Ag tax, an MTS tax, and a $10 car registration tax to benefit public transit. So I'd like to do a political theater abstaining if this will ensure this item never comes back and you guys will quit blowing our money.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you all very much for all your comments. It's very appreciated, and the fact that you're here tonight, I think, is evidence that it was very important that we do this item at 5 o'clock so more folks could participate and come and have their voices heard. So I appreciate our staff team for making that happen and making sure that we could have some transparency and some real participation in these important conversations about our budget. So with that, I would like to ask if any of my colleagues have questions or comments on any item. Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp.
Thank you so much. Let me say thank you to our county staff members who have presented, who are also here in case we have any questions, and who have been with us since 9 a.m. So thank you very much to all of our folks who spoke on public comment, especially in chambers. Thank you for coming here after work to really give us very specific examples of what you do and how important your work is. I think there's nationally a lot of conversation about folks who work for the government, and I think you here are a prime example of why you are so needed in this space and for our community, so thank you very much. Going to this item, and I know there's, very routine kind of budget adjustments for this second quarter report and operational plan. I certainly support most of these. I just feel like I need a little bit more information, specifically on the $24.5 million allocation to the sheriff's office. I know there's been a little bit of back and forth, with my staff. I appreciate that back and forth, but I still don't quite have the information that I need to understand where this, this really is the largest allocation on this list, and it's also coming from our general purpose revenue, if that's my understanding, right? I know there are a couple here that are, capital works projects that are coming from very specific funds that are allocated for specific projects, but this is not providing me with the specificity that I would need. So I'm fine to move this forward and bifurcate number 2, just so that I can get with the sheriff and just ask an additional questions about the $24.5 million. So that's my motion.
So your motion is to move this item except...
And bifurcate item number 2.
And to come back to that at some later point.
Yes.
Okay, I'm happy to support that. Happy to second that. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you. I had a question on, I understand, I didn't see it in errata or anything like that, but item 16 was removed? Or not? Out of the recommendations?
Supervisor Desmond, that is correct. Item number 16 was removed.
Okay, I didn't see any, is that in the changes? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Anderson.
I would be happy to vote for this if we went ahead and bifurcated number 3 out of it as well.
So just a couple quick things. One is, I think most of these adjustments are routine, right? I think $1.8 million is fairly routine. I think $24.5 million is not. That's my only things with the difference in the amount. And so that's why I wanted to kind of pull that out so that I can get additional information. And I don't, with regard to especially hearing from folks at the Public Defender's Office today, I'm a little leery about bifurcating that as well. My question then for staff would be, when would we be able to bring this back to, based on having more questions? I only have questions about item number 2.
Through the chair, for the return back for recommendation 2, your board could consider that during the 3rd quarter status report or the next adjustment that we have for this budget item, which would be in May.
Okay. And what kind of impact might that have?
Specific to the return back on recommendation 2, their timing on that should be fine in terms of returning back in 3rd quarter, but we would need to take action in the 3rd quarter.
And item number 3?
Assuming that it's bifurcate to return back as opposed to, depending upon the action here, coming back in the 3rd quarter would be sufficient, yes.
Okay. Any other thoughts about that?
Yeah, this is, I think, a good conversation. I think actually it'd be helpful for me as we sort of talk about this whole notion of bifurcating items. Are there, if you could uplift, if there's any items here that if we did not move forward with them today, there would be immediate and significant operational impacts?
Thank you, Vice Chair, for that question. We do have several recommendations in the quarterly status report where there are appropriations that are needed before we return back on May 20th, which is the next quarterly status adjustment. Recommendation 12, for example, this is a change to the funding source for Calavo Park.
to ensure adequate appropriations to keep the project moving forward. That would have an impact. Recommendation 15, this is to establish the appropriations for the registrar of voters for the special election that's planned in April and July. That would have an impact. Recommendation 18 is associated with our financing for the public health lab. It's a swap. This would have an impact if we don't go forward because we need to use the bond proceeds within a certain time period for the tax-exempt financing, for example. There are also a few other items that we have concerns about that we need appropriations to move forward with, specifically recommendations 6 and 7, for example, that would have impacts.
Could you explain the impact that 6 and 7 would have?
Sure. 6 is specific to the appropriation for purchase of vehicles for equipment for the road fund. We would not be able to move forward with that. We wouldn't have sufficient appropriations, so there would be a delay in so much as that. And the same with 7, just a different fund. This is the liquid waste fund.
And what would happen if we couldn't get our vehicles?
Let me defer to Davia to answer specific questions as it relates to the road fund and liquid waste fund recommendations 6 and 7 in terms of the operational impacts.
I'd have to confirm if there are any programmatic impacts we can speak to this evening that could delay some of our long-term work, particularly on the recent item that the board voted on to do some additional road paving and so forth. So I do believe we have sufficient equipment to do what we need to right now, but for our longer-term program over the next year, that could have impacts on our timing for road resurfacing.
So where I'm going with this is I'm personally not very comfortable with sort of, I think there's a reason, I understood the reason behind 24 million. It's a giant number. I'm less comfortable with sort of delaying one by one, like the 1.8, et cetera. Then we're kind of going line item by line item. If we're doing that, I'd rather take the opposite approach and just vote today on the ones that are most operationally urgent and bifurcate it in that way and delay the others. I don't think I'd be comfortable with just pulling out public defenders. I think would not be comfortable with. It doesn't seem to rise to the level of the 24 million that I think you flagged. But I'm also really cognizant that there's like significant operational impacts here. And so that's why I'm asking for some guidance if I was going to take the approach of proposing that we bifurcate this by, just moving forward with the most urgent items, what those would be.
And while we're looking, let me just say, big picture, we already know we're going into we're in a budget season as we are evaluating our budget for the next fiscal year. That is going to be very tough. And so I have that in mind as well, and would like to get a better picture of that as we make decisions on the big ticket items.
So I want to repeat back, making sure I've heard this correctly. So I heard maybe 6 and 7 are urgent, unclear. 12 is urgent, 15 is urgent, and 18 is urgent. And all the others need to happen in the CAO's analysis by our May budget adjustment, but we're not going to have immediate operational impacts if we didn't move forward on them today.
Let me just confirm from the team that there's nothing that I missed.
We can pause. I don't want us to take the wrong vote, so let's pause for a second.
Caroline, please.
So just to clarify your statement, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, all of the remaining items that you listed, with the exception of recommendation 14, will have operational delays. The ones listed by Ebony that you had reiterated, 12, 15, and 18, such as the election, need the appropriations today to move forward. The election is actually already underway. The mail ballots have gone out. So those are the crucial ones, but the rest will cause operational delays.
So just to restate that, Caroline, so you're saying 15 is crucial because the election is underway. The others will have operational impacts, but that's the one that's crucial?
12, 15, and 18 are crucial.
Chair, why don't we just
And the
pull
others
out 2
other
and
than
3 and
14.
vote on the rest?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just pull out 2 and 3 and vote on the rest? I think that's going to be simpler than trying to figure out all this other stuff.
If I can just speak, because it's my motion, I don't think that the reason that I pulled 2 justifies a reason for pulling 3. And so for me, I would rather take the approach of going with actually 6, 7, 12, 15, and 18. And moving forward with those and coming back in May with all the other ones. Only because I'm not pulling 2 for the same reasons others are pulling 3. And I don't want those to be conflated.
I don't see why that matters, but okay.
Well, if you want to, if we want to vote and then you make another motion, that's fine. I just don't want that to be on the record as my motion.
Okay, I'll make a substitute motion to pull 2 and 3 and then vote on the rest.
Okay, we have a substitute motion to pull 2 and 3 and vote on the rest, and that is a motion by Supervisor Desmond and a second by Supervisor Anderson. Any comments?
No, I have a feeling we're going to be voting a few times, but it'll take to get to where we need to be. I don't think any of us want to be responsible for the county not being able to finish operations, but I still don't. If I'm going to pull 1, it's for the reasons that I stated. So that's it.
Okay, please take a vote on the substitute motion.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion fails due to the lack of required affirmative votes, with Supervisor Lawson-Remer, Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp voting no, and Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting aye.
Okay, we had a motion on the floor and a second. We can take a vote on that, or we can entertain additional motions.
Well, what do we vote on now?
This was Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp had a motion initially to pull 2, to bifurcate it and come back in the May revise. I guess that's not the right name, but in May, to consider 2, and then to move forward with the rest. So if that, to clarify, you want to?
Can I withdraw that motion and do a new one?
Yeah, you can. All right. You can draw your motion.
I vote to move items 1, 6, 7, 12, 15, and 18, and review the rest during the third quarter report in May.
Okay, we have a. Yep. So.
Just the last call for staff members. Does that cover everything based on our question? All right.
Okay. If we can get that up, that'd be great. Okay, Andrew's typing as fast as he can. And will you repeat one more time for Andrew?
Number 1, number 6, number 7, number 12, 15, and 18.
Wait, hold on. The ones that you're moving forward? Yeah. 1, 6, 7, 12, 15, 18? Okay.
So I want to hear from staff that by voting for these, we're not going to be holding up any operations. We're not going to see any delays between now and, I guess, May, when the next batch comes back for a vote. Is that true?
Well,
Yes.
Caroline has already said we're going to see delays. So Caroline, maybe clarify what you meant.
We may, right. Some of these are very project specific, and so we would probably need to do a deeper dive with the team to identify what those are. But yes, the motion by Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp identifies the urgent ones.
Okay.
I'll second your motion. Happy to do so. Any comments from anyone? Okay, with that, go ahead and vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for the work. Andrew, we already did our non-agenda public comment. We already did our adjournments. Yeah. So.
We can do it again.
Your adjournment was so beautiful, Monica.
We love Leon Williams.
We do. For those who missed it, Supervisor Montgomery Steppe adjourned our meeting in honor of former Supervisor Leon Williams. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here. This meeting is adjourned.
This meeting is in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.